to it. So, a lot of things happened when we were playing this game last. Dart learned that he does in fact have the jewel that allows him to be a Dragoon. He obtained his first form of that when the fort we were at previously got attacked. And all of that happened, of course, after first the village he was attached to got burned to the ground in order to take his childhood friend, seen, or if I hit the right buttons, seen here, over on the right. She was taken to a prison. We went and broke her out of the prison, which is also where we found Lavitz. We then ended up getting pulled into the war between the two halves of this nation, essentially. And along the way, we picked up Rose, who first saved Dart from a dragon, and then taught him how to be a Dragoon. So yeah, that brings you up to date on everything that's been happening in the incredibly short version of it. At this little ruin here, a lot of people died to mysterious gas, and that's what we're gonna figure out now. Real welcoming place, isn't it? Just seems very friendly. Nothing bad's gonna happen here at all. Yeah, you know, earthquake probably. Oh yeah, you're right, it is a volcano, so that would make sense. But some kind of phoenix? That doesn't seem like anything volcano related. Well, that is what I said, yes, Firebird, Phoenix, you know, close enough. We can just ignore it, probably. Yeah, I guess if it came to us, we really wouldn't have much choice. Well, maybe if you didn't stand in the open staring at it like slack-jawed fools, we might not have this run away from it problem. Well, we were going this way anyway. You do realize it knows this area way better than we do. It could just be waiting for us somewhere else. What do I know, though? I'm just here piloting their bodies around. Spear Frost. I'm gonna assume that's a throwable item, but I'm gonna check anyway. Oh, duh, I can't use combat items right now. Yeah, it's not in the weapon list, so it almost certainly is, yeah. Oh, that's right, we had those before. We bought some of those. I knew there was a reason why I just assumed that. I just didn't know what it was. It wouldn't be the first time I just assumed something was insert item type here, so, you know. What do I know to begin with? Sir, you appear to be on fire. Don't worry, I know how to put that out. It involves vigorously hitting you with heavy objects until the fire is gone.
Whip smack.
Now, I will say I didn't do any practicing of the timing or anything, so this is either going to go really well or really bad. It's so far 50% success rate, so... You know what, I'll take that. And whoever the voice actor for Lavitz is just really just goes for the oon part of any word, it seems, because typhoon and harpoon have the same enunciation to them. Huh. Interesting. Mind Purifier, okay, we know that that's a cure item, because we saw those when we went through the list. Eeny, meeny, miny, that one. You know what? I don't like this one. Let's try the other one. I want to know which one's progress and which one isn't. Well, this one has a save point and a mysterious figure in the distance walking around. So I'm gonna assume that this is the path to progress. So let's go the other way first, then. My instinct was correct yet again. Because while it may have seemed random, I was actually making a decision and just buying time by running back and forth. Okay. Wouldn't mind a panic guard in real life, but, you know. We can only do with what we have. Now, do I actually want to put that panic guard on somebody? Prevents confusion. That is a big defense drop for anybody that's got a Knight Shield. And I don't want to lose the attack boost to the power wrist. Cut to whenever we end up running into confusion and I start being very upset about confusion ruining everything. We have status effect curing items, so we should be fine. And if we're not fine, well, you know, we'll figure it out. Cut to when everything goes horribly wrong. There's fish. Why are fish in lava? Why are you not cooked by being in the lava? I suppose it would be magma, wouldn't it? Because it's inside, but irrelevant. I'm kind of surprised I didn't get touched by any of the fish along the way. That's the call of the void, Shauna. Don't listen to it. It's gonna mean you're jumping in the lava. I don't recommend it. Or you're running off that way. Okay. Well, detour time. Oh. Oh, you're hearing the voices of dead things. Huh. You know, that does kind of look like a melted dragon a bit, doesn't it? Maybe that's relevant. No, that's potentially a bad sign. Also, the thing on Dart's headband, the green dots, I'm vaguely reminded of that by the series of dots on the front there. Or if you look to the left of the claw. I wonder if that's relevant somehow. Dart, do you really need to ask if something that looks like it's made out of stone because it's been cooked so much that's laying in lava and not moving is alive? Really? Exactly. Well, that's great, but can you give us anything else to work with here? Okay, if it's still alive, then why is it just sitting there? Is it waiting for somebody to touch it? Rose, in case you haven't figured it out, these people don't know much about anything. You're really gonna have to explain basically everything to them, because they've been either sheltered in a castle town for most of their lives learning to be a knight, or sheltered in in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere village learning about village things, and that's about it. Or, in Dart's case, learning how to lose hometowns and wandering out in the woods. We do know a little bit about the Dragon campaign. We don't know a lot. Ah, secret weapon. Okay. Bold of you to assume things have to abide by our mortal lifespans. Also, if it looks like a stone statue and melts like a stone statue, have you considered that it may just be an animated stone statue? That's also an option. Oh, hey, look, it's moving. it could be either one, yeah. That's believable. Do we, though? Well, I think running's out of the question at this point. Is it for rage, or is it meant to be, like, pronounced like mirage, virage? I don't know. That definitely doesn't look like what it looked like when it was laying there. Cheap shot starting the fight like that, but okay. I suppose, you know, if you're playing your cards on the table immediately, I may as well play mine too. Also, when did Dart become faster than Rose? Oh, let's see if this works. Oh, it's a multi-part fight as well. Okay. Well, the head already moved because the head fired the laser. And I'm assuming the body is how we kill it. So the head might kill it too. Let's go for the arm. See if this prevents it doing other moves. That's assuming we even do that much damage, which we probably don't right now. 55, that's less than he did to us, so that's not great. That's probably more than anything else we would have done. Oh wow, the arm did come straight off. Okay, good. I kind of expected that to take longer to break. May as well have you transform too, because we can start recharging your meters. Now, I'm assuming there's not a reason to target both these separately. Like, logic denotes either of these would be the killing point. So we'll just stick to the head. Nope, I was slightly too early on that one. So this won't be as effective. Still did more damage than Dart did, though. Meanwhile, Lavitz is just hanging out over here with a spear in his hands. You know. Is he gonna be able to reach the head now that I think about it? These things that are lifted off the ground can't be reached conventionally. Like, the other two could reach because they could fly. So, let's actually hedge bets here. Do I have an AoE heal? No, I don't. I was gonna hedge bets and heal everyone, but since it targeted Lavitz once already, let's go ahead and heal him. See if it targets him twice. And I guess we'll go for the body. Though maybe I shouldn't make assumptions, but, you know. In fact, you know what? Fine, we'll try. Oh, no, you can hit the head. And from the ground. Okay. Not really sure how, but we take those.
Whip smack. Yes.
I am just botching Dart timing left and right here. Nope, the arm's back. Too late that time. I'm getting it back. It's just gonna take a minute.
Whip smack.
And I'm betting the arm probably gets... No, it doesn't get any more health. Okay, so it's only got like 50. So that's easy to remove.
Yes. Burning rush.
There we go. Get those meters recharged. That's gonna do confusion, isn't it? Some kind of fear effect? Doesn't seem like it really negatively impacted us in any serious way, so I'm just not gonna worry about it right now. Because you would think if it was like a fear effect of some kind, it would have blocked being able to attack or something. Also, turning to a Dragoon seems to have cleansed that, so that works out just fine. Okay, the head's got a lot of health since it's only now turned to yellow, so maybe I should have been aiming for the body. But the head's where that effect just came from, too. Maybe the body isn't relevant. 78? I can live with that.
Yes. Burning rush.
Head's almost gone now. It went from yellow to red already. Please. It would have been very funny if it died to just the 9 damage attack. That camera angle is not doing me any favors. Yep, now it's doing laser again. It's detecting dart and deciding he must be purged from this land. Wow, that did a lot more to dart. But then again, he doesn't have the night shield like everybody else does. Go ahead and just heal. Because I'll have to spend one of those on him after the fight's over anyway. So I may as well just spend the turn healing him. I forgot there was another one. Arm is back, but the head is... yeah, the head is dead, so it doesn't matter. You know, I guess that's a solution, though. If it's been laying in the lava this whole time, what do you think pushing it back into the lava is gonna do for you? I guess it's working. Yeah, as if it wasn't gonna splash as it's falling. Come on now. This is why you shouldn't stand on the edge and stare at it. It also could have just reached up and pulled any of you idiots down into the lava, you know? Yep, still melting. Stare. Still staring at it. Making sure it sinks all the way, I suppose. Gotta make sure things like that are gone after all, otherwise they'll just come back. So we got 100 gold, 600 experience, Mind Purifier, and 2 healing potions. Well, that makes up for the potions I used. Oh yeah, fun fact, people do gain experience when they're not on the front line, so we don't have to worry about keeping Shauna caught up. Too many items, replace. I probably don't need as many Mind Purifiers. Yeah, because it's only Fear, Bewitchment, Confusion, and Dispirit. Fear is definitely what we were afflicted with. I really wish we had more bag space. Let that be a lesson to just not hoard items. I know, something I'm bad at, not hoarding items, but still. Apparently, at some point, Levitz got dispirited. And I forgot that those effects stay, so actually, we're gonna be burning 2 Mind Purifiers right now. There we go. Though I still don't remember what the Spirit does. I feel like it's something to do with SP, so it doesn't actually matter for Levitz at the moment. Yeah, nobody learned any new moves. Oh, it looks like Volcano's already maxed out, so I did make the right choice in switching. I don't think I noticed that last time. I think I just switched to Burning Rush to show it off. Power difference is notable with Volcano, but, you know, there's leveling room for these. I may as well use them. Yeah, there's nothing else to do there. No gear changing will matter at the minute. We're gonna get jumped by something else soon. Smart man would go back to the save point and make sure to save. But I don't really have any fear of losing any fights soon. Oh, there's somebody else around. That's quite the music change. He lost. Yeah, they're not very far away, as it turns out. I don't know how none of you noticed this guy with the bright colors flailing his limbs like a foot away. There we go. You're definitely the same person we saw in the distance on the other side, so how did you get over here? I mean, yeah, a life for an expensive item seems like a fair trade, all things considered. Yeah, that's also fair. Sapphire pin. Abbess of Lohan, okay. I mean, technically, you might have found what you're looking for. Yeah, sure. We have a contact in Lohan now, at least. Whether we'll ever go there or not is a whole other question, but let's be real here. Games like this, the second a place is mentioned, you're probably gonna end up there at some point. When damaged by magic, MP is accumulated. That's actually really useful. Gaining free magic when you're hit with magic. Won't help us right now, but definitely worth keeping in mind. And I say not worth thinking about right now because we're not using our magic. And it also surrounded us with fire. This thing just really wants a fight. I'm actually kind of upset that we didn't get a random encounter before this. I should have spun around a bit more, because I would have wanted to refill our meters before fighting this. But, well, we're here. Thankfully, we don't have that much meter to refill.
Yes.
Not yet, anyway. But it's gonna be hard to refill when I keep botching my timing. Okay, that doesn't hurt that much. I just gotta remember, Rose doesn't have much health, and Dart has less defense. Wow, that actually did, like, nothing. Go ahead and keep doing that. I like that move. I'm kind of surprised that a volcano move like that just did nothing to us. At some point, I really need to just shorten these transformations, because we're gonna be doing them a lot. And I know I mentioned that last time, but I just neglected to shorten it regardless. And if anybody's wondering why I didn't just use his magic, it's a firebird. His magic is fire. Do we really think that would do anything? If you said yes, I have questions. Mostly because I think you might be taking the concept of fight fire with fire a little too literally. I don't like that he did that. Yeah, it was either that or he was healing. Okay, you have friends now. I don't have any all-targeting abilities or anything, right? Nope, I don't. But let's see how well this does on him. Since we really don't have any ice magic. That does a lot, okay. So if I want, I can just throw all my Spear Frosts at him, and it'll probably end this fight rather quickly. Okay, so if I was worried about taking damage from those, I should destroy them, but otherwise, they just get thrown at me, so it doesn't matter. Oh, okay, there we go. Huh. Why did it do so much less damage when Lavitz used it? Interesting. You guys can tank another hit, so you go ahead and do it too. See if there's another damage variable for us to figure out. So I had a lower number with Dart than I did with Lavitz, yet Dart did more damage. So maybe there's something to the tune of, since they have Dragoon forms now, they do more with things like that. Wouldn't surprise me. But we have more of them to throw, so let's keep throwing. I probably don't have to do this, but ag space limitations are telling me that I may as well use at least a chunk of them. Yeah, you're gonna summon... No, he's actually dive bombing. Okay, that hurt Lavitz a lot. I'm not sure how an entire lava wave missed Rose, but I won't argue with it. Yeah, it's in red, so we should be fine to just hit it now.
Burning rush.
Too early. Too late. Part of what's messing with me with attacking the Firebird in particular is I keep thinking they're gonna step like a step or so further in order to reach it, but they don't have to because video games. Its red health might be longer than I thought. Nope, if I just didn't botch the timing repeatedly, the fight would have already been over before that attack happened. Okay, very good. Red Eye Stone. That seems useful. Isn't that the thing that... Or is that just a similar... No, I think that's just a similar name to the thing Dart has. Aha, because it's fire. Or he's excited about birds. I won't question it. I don't know if I want to know the answer to that. A moment to get everybody's health out of the hole. There we go. Nobody learned any new moves. What about this red eye gem? Reduces fire damage by half. Well, Lavitz was taking the most damage from all the fire attacks. Lowering his basic defense is probably not a great idea, but I feel like that might be worth doing to balance out the fact that fire was doing more to him than to anybody else. Okay, we can cross there, it's just finicky. I was worried for a second there that we were just being hoodwinked. There was no actual path there. How did you get past the Firebird? Well, yeah. You did say you were an antique dealer. You didn't mention trading general goods. I also forgot to do a thing, so give me a second. Can't believe I forgot to turn activity back on again. There we go. Nobody will know if I'm streaming if nobody knows via Discord. People don't pay attention to a lot of things. There we go. Fixed it. Wow, all these things are really cheap. Then again, I suppose you would give good rates to the ones who saved your life, huh? Let's go and restore the amount of healing items we have. A light-based attack does seem like a good thing to have, so we'll grab a couple of those. Earth-based attack we already have, I think. Yeah, Meteor Fall. Oh yeah, Meteor Fall is an all attack, so I should have used that, but it doesn't specify it when you're looking at it in the combat inventory very well, so I didn't catch that. We should really use the attack ball at some point, too. Yeah, I really don't have anything I want to get rid of. Yeah, and these would refill our meter. Oh, I suppose I could clean up some of these, probably. Like, the basic bracelet we don't need. Spear's probably useless now. Barring a situation where, like, it turns into a better weapon later or something. Which it might, and if I've fucked up because I did that, well, too bad. We'll hang on to the double War God armlets in case 2 people need their accuracy fixed. Can I climb up this? Because he's staring at it. No, either you can't climb up it or you need him to not be there to climb up it. One of the two. Worry about that in the future. The far future, probably. Weren't we told something about Volcano Villude? Yeah, an indescribable statue in the back of Volcano Villude. I guess maybe the thing we killed was said statue. Well, never mind. I thought... No, somebody else had said something about the dragon's nest being to the east of Volcano Villude or something like that. Which we're currently traveling west, but you know what? Maybe I'm just remembering the wrong direction. Yeah, Nest of Dragon right there. I'm glad it's labeled. Everybody knows what it is because it's just labeled right there. Remember, everybody, road signs are helpful. So maybe if you're a dragon and you built a nest, maybe don't put a road sign out in front of your nest saying Nest of Dragon, unless you want a lot of visitors. I mean, I see firefly-looking things. I'm glad you can tell. So isn't it a little late to be worrying about contamination when you're already in there? Yeah, I would presume regular people probably would just die being in here if it's that contaminated. It's a self-protecting system, basically. Exactly. She might not be doing so good. Harsh. Yeah, also, you might be slightly stupid there, Lavitz. You can definitely tell what time this was made. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, the whole not being able to stand up thing is a bit of a problem. Yes, go rest, as in run off headlong in a random direction to a place we've not been. Interesting. Hell of a place you chose to rest. Did you not see the weird wiggling thing back there? You can't see me pointing, but I pointed at it. Well, that's good. Yeah, it may just be an adjustment. Yeah, if you fell and no one was here as well, you'd be dead, so it'd be a problem. Yeah, running off like that was a bit silly. And now we're immediately going back the other way. Yeah. You just get used to it after a while. I'm curious, what is this thing? What is the deal with the wiggly monster? You have swords and spears, and we also have fire. We could definitely take care of that problem. Or, I don't know, walk around it. What do I know? You know, walking around it is always an option. I have a bad feeling about that one in the middle. The ones on the ends are just stronger bats, I presume. The thing in the middle, though, is new. New things are scary. I don't remember if it's a matter of just keep using Dragoon form to get the access to the higher levels for it, or what. Didn't worry about it right now.
Whip smack.
Ah, machine gun seed arms. I see. It's a mandrake. Well, let's get rid of the other bat anyway, his action economy. Or, you know, botch timing economy. I'm glad I'm doing just such a bad job with my timing today. Okay, that seems to have done a lot of nothing.
Whip smack.
At least somebody around here is competent. Can't even hit her.
Yes. Burning.
There we go. There's such a massive difference when you actually do your timing correctly. I'm surprised it gave me that one. I definitely hit that one early, and it gave it to me. This game works in mysterious ways sometimes. Because I don't know if you can hear the button presses unless I'm mashing, but I definitely heard my own button press before I saw that square finish closing. And yet, somehow, Rod Typhoon worked. I don't think it's a Parappa the Rappa situation where the timing is thrown off on not CRTs. Because otherwise I would have never achieved any of the timing I had before. I guess she passed out when we fell. But you know, after a fall like that, kind of understandable. Presumably deeper in its nest. Yeah. I'm glad you are turning this into a positive there, Dart. But, fun fact, being in the middle of something's nest is not really where you want to be fighting it. No, he's just a reckless idiot. Yeah. Well, you might be making a lot of assumptions about it being pure, but at least it looks good. Maybe the dragon keeps that water for a reason. Because this does not look like a natural part of a forest in any way, shape, or form. It's not any forest I've ever seen. But the important part is this pool will heal us. So now I don't need to burn my healing items, maintaining basic levels of health. Burning Rush still hasn't leveled much. Obviously Rod Typhoon hasn't because I keep botching using it. Whip Smack has hit level 2, so that's good. Okay, so, we jump over here then. Or, why did I have to look to the right for him to jump up? What a weird place we're in right now. So I'm going to assume it's a lot of up and down, considering, yeah, all the vine-looking things and then all the hatches. Mandragora and some kind of bird. Yeah, you know what? That checks out. Both for someone's reaction to this thing and the fact that it looks like an ostrich, so I presume it runs fast.
Yes. Burning rush.
Okay. Doesn't have a ton of health, that's for sure. Then again, it's just a basic mob, so no real shock there that it doesn't have a ton of health.
Yes. Burning rush.
Yeah, of course, because of the botched attack, you still are alive, and you're gonna heal yourself. No, you're not. That is ice. Okay. I couldn't tell if that was ice or pollen at first. Turns out it was ice.
Whip smack.
The things you learn just by paying attention. Or in this case, getting frozen. I do not remember this game being so generous with items. But maybe I just didn't pay attention, or I just burned items like they were going out of style, so I didn't notice the difference. Okay, now we're down here. Here? No. Maybe this will take me to where I'm trying to go, though? So I'm trying to get to the chests, as you might imagine. Huh. Yeah, that takes me here, which drops me next to that other chest. Bravery armlet. I don't think I need to read that one. I'm pretty sure that's an anti-fear armlet. Actually, wait, there was another prompt. Boop. Ah, they're door switches. Okay, that makes sense. Some kind of symbiotic connection between that plant and its roots or something. I mean, would those even be roots since they're popping up out of the ground? I don't know. And relationship wasn't the word I wanted. I think response was the word I wanted there, but you get the point. There's a connection in between those, and when you poke one, the other one freaks out. You two again. Alright. Considering that ice attack, let's see about getting rid of the mandrake faster.
Burning rush.
Not that I think it'll use it often, but I'd rather not deal with that much damage. Even with the pool we have to heal us. Really thought I timed that one better.
Whip smack. Yes.
And there we go.
Burning rush.
Another one down. I'm glad we just moved down to these nice flat fields instead of fighting on those thin platforms where it would really be a problem. Death Dimension definitely sounds effective. I don't think that's the one that got adjusted in localization. I think it's her next spell is the one that actually has something significant about it. Yeah, it's either her third spell or her fourth spell that has one very significant change. Is they decided other audiences weren't going to handle it very well. And we'll discuss that more in depth when we get to that. Let's see. Did we climb up the lower bit here already? 'Cause I think I went through the door over there and then I didn't climb up. So if climbing up should be how I get the item. And there's also these things to tap on the way through here. Hang on, gotta use an item. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't just pop up the prompt of, hey, switch an item. Spirit potion. Oh. Okay, so we've cleared all the paths. Which means we need to grab that one particular vine that leads up into the middle, and then we can get through. It's just that simple. I need to sneeze, so hang on. Okay. Waited a second in case there was multi-sneeze, as I usually have. Not today, though.
Yes. Burning rush.
Since we'll be going back to where the healing pond is, I might actually try out Rose's new spell, because I think you get MP back from that pool, too. But she does only have 20 out of 40 MP, so she might not be able to use it. We'll see. I don't think we've seen her first spell yet either, so... may as well. Okay, yeah, it is only 20. Let's see what this does. Thinking about it, this is also one of the rare-ish instances of a main character actually prioritizing dark magic. You know, for just obliterating them visually, you would think it would do more damage than that. Okay, the AI sat there for a second. I'm like, did something break because it was fear? Or did it not know what to do?
Burning rush.
Oh, I think fear makes things take more damage, because that was double the damage we did before. Okay. Which I guess that makes sense, because if something's afflicted with fear, it's not as good at defending itself, though that's not entirely true. Fear is a powerful motivator, so sometimes that would absolutely backfire, logically. Oh yeah, I did open that menu for a reason. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the morph to short. When we get at a new Dragoon, we'll worry about turning it back up again. Did I actually go? No, I didn't go get this yet. I went to go look at the thing to see if there was a path down there. And then I forgot about it after the random encounter. Okay, so it is a usable item again. Nobody really needs health, so sure. We just won't worry about using the pool to get the MP back. Which might bite me, but it's fine. I was waiting to just pop a Sun Rhapsody out of there and make that entire exchange useless. Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last time, and all that. So now we just need to go to somewhere in the middle. I don't think it's... Actually, it might be the one next to the pool, now that I think about it. What is that? What are you, spiky boy? Lizard man. You know what? You do have a lizard face sticking out under the armor. Sure. Still, I don't like the mandrake. We're gonna get rid of that first.
Whip smack.
Then we'll deal with lizard man. Unless he proves to be particularly dangerous, in which case priorities will change.
Burning rush.
There we go. Now there's no reason for priorities to change because we only have the one target. Physical attack barrier, huh? What does that mean?
Whip smack.
Ah, it means physical attacks do nothing to you. Is it broken after one hit, or does it keep going?
Burning rush.
It keeps going. I wonder if you get addition experience even though you do 0 damage. Because at the very least we get SP even though it does no damage. Okay, wears off after his turn ends. That was the other thing I wanted to test. There he goes. He doesn't have much health, he just has a barrier. Okay. I wonder if he could do a magic barrier as well, like if he just has both, and it's a 50-50 of which one he uses. We're not gonna replace anything with that. Just go ahead and leave that behind. We only have 2 people with MP and we're not using it that much, so I don't see any reason to be worrying about keeping an item that restores it. Let's go ahead and recharge ourselves with the pool, and then we'll hit the save point and then move forward. That seems like the wisest course of action for us at the moment. Up you go. Come on. Climb without grabbing hold of actually anything. 'Cause I don't know if anybody else saw that, but he genuinely was just grabbing the air the whole way up. His feet were barely even touching it either. Now, I will say, I don't recommend anybody play this the way I am with the very little saving I've been doing. I would much more recommend just save as often as you can, if for nothing else, to prevent simple mistakes happening. Oh, hey. Other Spearman. I'm glad you know who that is, because he knows who you are. Member of the other side, I presume? Ah, traitor. Understood. Okay. That brings a bit more context. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that seems rude to mention the name of the one you betrayed. That is what he just said, yes. That is a fair point. He did betray the entire nation by betraying an important member of said nation and defecting to the other side. Those aren't mutually exclusive concepts. The wrath of a patriot and a man full of vengeance can be the same person. Yeah, see? There you go. New power, huh? Oh! He's a Dragoon. Well, that's a problem. Right, that is what she said before. Yeah, that's how they can control the dragon. They would need to have a Dragoon. Also, dragon's here too. You know, this hardly seems a fair fight. Yeah, go ahead and share your story before or your throat gets cut out. Okay, so there's an emperor behind King Dole. Okay. To be fair, Emperor Diaz could be another Emperor Diaz. It's not like kings, queens, and emperors haven't taken each other's names nth amount of times. That is a good point, though. It's kind of hard to say it's a dream when we're witnessing all kinds of weird nonsense already. Look at how that dragon is shaped, for example. The fact that its mouth definitely does not look like it fits on its head. Well, joke's on you. We've got 2 Dragoons to your 1 Dragoon. You have a dragon, though, so I guess that kind of balances out, but... we still have 2 Dragoons to your 1 Dragoon. Which, on that note, if we have 2 Dragoons and he's just 1 Dragoon, can't we just wrest control of his dragon from him and have the dragon fight him? I guess we don't know how to use that power. You know. Just thinking out loud here. Do I think Flame Shot will do much? It might. That seems like something that might not take too well to fire. Though dragons are usually fairly resistant to such things. These are not your typical dragons, so maybe they don't have their typical resistances. Yeah, 70's not bad. His melee attack might have done better, but it was worth a shot. I feel like getting rid of the dragon first is probably our move. Okay, it's buffing itself. I have all the more reason to kill it. Oh, ew. Huh. He's not dead. He's not attack blocked. Is he asleep? Is sleep a thing? Is S sleep? I mean, we can try. Oh, he's stunned. Okay. S might be stunned. Yep, there we go. That worked. I wasn't sure how long he was going to be stunned for, so it seemed like make the call. Okay, so you're the Dragoon of Wind. With the, like, green-blue he has going on there, he could have been wind, water, earth, anything. Okay, the meter wasn't flashing, but apparently she had enough, or... oh, she might have actually been able to go to level 2. That's why her meter wasn't blinking. Oh well. Let's see if they can be feared at all. I doubt it'll work, but it's worth a try. The damage bonus from fear would be very helpful. One way or the other, hitting both of them isn't a bad idea anyway.
Death Dimension. Gone.
There we go. Rip up a picture of them and suddenly they take pain. That actually did decent damage to both, so that was worth doing. Unfortunately, neither of them got feared, and that thing just keeps getting stronger. So this thing needs to die fast, and we're not making that happen right now so far, especially when I do that. Poison, I presume, since it's a different color? Yeah. Single target spell this time. They really don't like Rose, which makes sense. She's been doing the most to them so far. She also is the only one here who really has any idea what's happening. I can't use her life draining spell because we already burned her ability for the moment. So we'll just go ahead and have her heal. Not bad.
Burning rush.
The fact that its health is still blue does leave me very concerned. Interesting. Missed. Okay, that one didn't miss. Makes you wonder, though, why he doesn't just throw all of those spikes into the target instead of throwing them all around them just to break the thing he attached them to. Seems woefully inefficient. But I guess, you know, style points. And he's probably convinced that he's safe to show off here. Which he's probably right. Now, we did bring Fairground down to yellow, so it's getting there. How did Dart's health get so low? It's been that low for a while, and I just didn't notice because they kept attacking Rose, so I just stopped paying attention. More likely than I would like to think about. He'll probably be fine for a little bit longer.
Yes. Burning rush.
Because like I said, they've been focusing Rose so hard. Okay, now you're poisoned too, right?
Whip smack.
Let me guess, now he's gonna do AoE magic. Now he's targeting Lavitz this time. You'd think he'd be focusing him from the word go, considering their history. But I guess he just doesn't take him seriously at all. Which, you know, not exactly unreasonable thought there. I'm not sure I'd take Lavitz seriously either.
Yes. Burning rush.
Okay, the bite hurts a lot too. You're under 100 again, but you also have the least amount of health to begin with, which is why you keep ending up needing to be healed. The other option is I actually let her go down and I revive her. She'll revive with about the same amount of health. Hey, Renemy. So far it's been going alright. How you doing today? You may or may not be able to hear since I do see the ads are on right now. Oh no, the ads are starting. Let me just give that a quick snooze then. Okay, glad to hear it. Yeah, sometimes it's a little hard to read the notification thing for those on the side because they light up the same way, so you have to actually take a moment to read it. And I botched the timing on that, so this could be bad. Especially now that both of them are low. But Fairbrand's almost gone, so let's see if we can finish the job here. There we go. No more dragon. Now his action economy will be a lot less, so we should have enough of an edge here to make this work. Especially since he's still not doing AoE magic. He did it once and just gave up on that idea. So we can probably get away with taking a moment to heal everybody. Which is why I was holding off on healing, because we only had enough potions for one for everyone at that point. That's fine, go ahead and use your basic attack. He might actually be subject to the same mana limitations we are. He just isn't subject to the transforming back after a return limitation that everybody else is. Then again, he's probably been a Dragoon a lot longer than we have. Watch the timing on that too. Because for context for those who haven't been around, Dart has been a Dragoon for like a day, and Rose has been a Dragoon for question mark. But not that. Well, it's implied that she's been a Dragoon for a long time, so you would think she would actually be able to last more than a turn as a Dragoon. Dart at least has the excuse of very new to it. Case in point, one move and he's already back out of that form. But bright side, we may very well have ourselves another Dragoon after this fight, considering if this man dies, we presumably can take the gem that he has that's allowing him to be a Dragoon. Oh yeah, she does have level 2 Dragoon. So it is either the amount of times you transform or what you do when transform that lets you get that extra meter then. I was remembering right. Oh, now you remembered you have AoE magic again. Great. Great, love that.
Yes. Burning rush.
You know, judging from the ad timer, we may very well end up with a situation where the ad hits literally when this fight ends. That's gonna be awkward. Go ahead and drain because you need the health.
Astral Drain.
You know, I guess, yeah, it is draining their spirit. It doesn't have to hit them. I forgot that it actually... Yeah. Huh. I forgot that that was a team heal. I, for some reason, thought it was an only heal herself move. Things I should have tried sooner. Because it would have saved on healing items. But hey, we know now. Oh yeah, he's mad. He's throwing all the AoE magic out now. Which is fine, because we've already healed everybody for the amount he does with that, so we're chilling. He's also about to die.
Yes. Burning rush.
Yep, fight's over. Right as predicted, pretty much right on ads. Ooh, we got plate mail. And a lot of experience. Makes me wonder if I'm under level. But we've been making all these fights work, so meh. You know, is the most powerful magic, explosion. Yeah, you know, did you ever consider that if you were relying on betraying people to get where you were going, maybe you just weren't good enough? Power corrupts anybody. Yeah, jealousy, things like that, yeah. Mm-hmm. You were forever in his shadow, so you just gave in to the desire to break out of that. That's understandable. Mm-hmm. You hit your ceiling and you needed a way around said ceiling. Yeah, he cheated, basically, to try to get ahead. It was a 50-50 whether he got it directly from Dole or whether he had stolen it from Lavitz's father. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of explaining to do in the afterlife. But hey, thanks for the magic stone. Which I guess you're in now, considering it looks like it ate you. That's a hell of a sentence. I don't disagree with your statement, Rose, but boy oh boy is that a sentence. Yeah, exactly. It was only gonna get worse. Yep. Get your magic rock, Lavitz. Lavitz, stay with us, buddy. This is literally the thing that gave him the power. The Dragoon Stone we've been talking about this entire time. What do you think it is? Uh-huh. To be fair, we defeated its holder. It kind of goes without saying that, hey, maybe you're the next one to hold the thing then. At least till you die. We'll talk about that second part. Yeah, one could say there's an obligation when you're chosen, yeah. Pick up the shiny rock. There you go. It's yours now. You know, I wonder what would happen if it didn't choose him. And he tried to pick it up. Would it obliterate him? Who knows? Maybe we'll find out in the future, because somebody will be stupid enough to touch something they don't belong having. Yeah, you know. Everybody has their goals. So now we have 3 Dragoons. Now we're just gonna go find a shiny rock for Shauna. Yeah, poison. You know, you would think with the dragon gone, the poison would stop being an issue, but I guess it wouldn't immediately dissipate. She's been breathing it in for a while. We already have a contact in Lohan, so it makes sense to go there, I suppose. And like he said, it's shorter. Should probably do something about the fact that Lavitz is poisoned as well, huh? And remember, ladies and gentlemen, the poison Shauna's experiencing is plot poison. You can't use items to cure plot poison. We also have no healing items left, so the whole Rose being at 5 health thing, kind of a problem. Yeah, kind of a problem. And you'll notice we can't use Shauna anymore because she's currently having a time with poison. Okay, Dart is also D level 2. Okay. Just in time for us to gain Lavitz's Dragoon form so he can be behind on something else. Almost level 2 Burning Rush, so that's good. Wait, no, the plate mail. That was what I opened the menu for. Get used to this right now today, because I'm gonna keep opening menus and going, what did I open this for? You can wear the plate mail. I presume you can wear the plate mail. Can you wear the plate mail? You cannot wear the plate mail. Sexist armor. Understood. Well, you're not wearing the other protection, so you may as well wear the plate mail. Because your defense total was lower. But now it's a lot higher. Is that fair? You are the main character. You'll get main character privilege for now, and then we'll figure it out later. Up we go. Now, a smarter man would have walked back out of this room and went back to the pool before moving forward. But I'm sure it's fine. What's the worst that can happen? We all die? You know, I shouldn't have said that. Crosscut the Bale area, Dragon's Den, Beware slides. Wasn't Bale where we were? I thought that was gonna let us cross the other spot, not bring us all the way back down here. I was expecting to be able to like walk across the thin section. Fool that I am. Guess we're going this way then. Oh, yeah, that town is close, huh? So I still say if there's a crosscut leading to Bale, we could have just went that way instead of going here. We probably could have avoided a lot of problems. You know, for a big bustling commercial town, this place looks like a dump. But maybe it's just the outskirts that look terrible. Well, I presume this isn't the middle of... You know, this place isn't the focal point of the war, so they don't really have to worry about it. At one point, I would have seen it as strange how few people paid any attention to the man running through the city streets with a lady near unconscious in his hands. And then at this point, I realized, no, people would just look the other way on that for the most part. I'm glad he understands that dragon poison is a thing. But if you've never seen such symptoms, then how did you... I guess we did tell him, probably. And he's just never had to cure dragon poison. Okay, so like some kind of mental spirit poison deal. He just said he can. Damn it, old man. Time to go research mysterious texts and find some random cure. Well, that didn't take long. Well, if the dragons exist, presumably the Dragini plant exists. Well, probably not going to be in town, but maybe somebody will be able to tell us, yeah. Yeah, buy us time, old man. This segment of the game is actually one of the last things I remember about this game. This was near-ish to where I stopped playing one of the times I played this. So I have a distinct memory of getting to disc 2 at one point, and I have a distinct memory of stopping at this segment of the game. And I don't remember if those memories... I don't remember it well enough to know if those memories are connected, because like I had said before, I tried to play through this game more than once. Not counting the very short time a year or two ago. Okay, your son is out there wandering around. He's probably fine. He just may be having some very strange life lessons right about now. If you start hearing sitcom music, then you can be worried. Notice we still have a gap between the Dragoon spirits that we have down there. There's still one missing. Also, you would think that the magic power that protected Shauna before would have also stopped the poison, or at least delayed it. You know, you two are literally just a bridge away from each other. How about you try talking to each other? Like, see what I'm doing? See this crossing I'm doing? Why don't one of you two do this? Or, I don't know, you're a foot away from each other. Try talking to each other, perhaps? Shyness only goes so far, mate. Hey, lord here, people. Please. No. The people aren't the problem here, madam. If you're complaining about it being too busy here, how about you try just avoiding where it's busiest and when it's busiest, rather than expecting everyone else to solve your problem for you. Also, apparently I cannot talk to the one behind the table here. There we go. Well, you immediately offered us a drink, so you're assuming we're over 21, which may be a mistake on your part. I can't get to mysterious attic person from here, but I presume I can go up on the roof from this, and then I can get the... That's a different perspective. Hello, strange attic person that I somehow knew about by seeing you through the side of the building. You know what? Fair enough. You're also blocking a ladder, though, and I'm interested to find out what's below that ladder. Yeah, that makes sense. Considering how loud rain is when it's on a roof, somebody running around on the roof like I am must be loud. Meanwhile, whee! Oh, is that gonna be... Okay, that's gonna be a thing. I guess I gotta walk so they don't keep interrupting me constantly. Now we can run again. Well, you're not really gonna see the arena very well from your bedroom. But I presume this is the aforementioned store. Why? It's interesting that they just assume Dart has a sweetheart, even though Shauna isn't here, but maybe they're just assuming Rose is now. May have been talking to Labbits too, who knows? Could be either or. Hey, it's our friend, the weird guy who likes to fall off cliffs. I suppose you know anything about Dragini plants. Yeah, that guy. The guy we saw minutes ago. Well, good news. We need secret magical medicine right about now. Of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't have it. That'd be entirely too convenient. Swear, Dabus, if you send us on a wild goose chase, I'm going to come back and throw you off that cliff in the volcano. Whether I have to carry you there or if I have to go back in time and do it, I'm going to. North of the poisoned forest, past the troublesome plant. So the plant I tried to get past is where the Dragini plant is. Back of the shrine. Or is that where the troublesome statue that we saw mentioned was? Yeah. So we need to purify it. I mean, I guess the water under there would work. Makes me wish we had the foresight to bottle that stuff while we were down there. Hey, consider that repaying the fact that we saved your life, bud. We'll do business with you later. Though actually, I'm going to turn around and do business with him immediately. If I can. Because he may have different... Where'd he go? Just disappeared. Underground, huh? And I guess we can't go visit him underground. See if we can loot anything from his store then while he's not paying attention. You don't know how to use plates, huh? Okay, somehow that doesn't surprise me, Dart. I know it's probably not just plates there, but I'm gonna make fun of him anyway. Oh! I was just clicking around, and apparently in that armor was another bit of stardust. This is why you mash the button when you're looking for stuff. Always be mashing. You never know what you'll find. Let's not forget this random box that's sitting here. Angel robe. I presume Rose will be able to wear that? Or if not, it'll be something Shauna wears later. It's gonna be something Shauna will be wearing later, then. Yeah, I kind of figured it was gonna be basically classed as light armor. Just imagine if you just never noticed that box sitting there. Because people like weird things. That's how he gets business. And people like us especially really like weird things and have a lot of expendable income. Why don't buy the first option? Why do you do this to me? So we're definitely going to need healing items, but we got individual wind, multi-target fire, and that's it. Okay. Go ahead and grab 5 of those. I want to keep all of the revives, because you never know when you're going to need a lot of those. I think I'm actually going to get rid of the individual fire attacks that we have and replace them with AoE fire. Because if we need individual fire, we have Dart with his Dragoon form now. Spear Frost was useful. Dancing Ray is light for all. Downburst is wind for all. Okay. At some point, I really need to just use this damn attack ball so that stops sitting in my inventory. Yeah, we'll just grab 1 gushing magma in case I need to do some AoE fire on something. This way we have some inventory space to pick other things up with. Okay, Merchant's Guild, which, you know, kind of expected in a merchant town. Be kind of weird if they didn't organize somehow. I think this is a door we went through before, isn't it? No, this leads to the guy who's reading all the books. Oh, wait. What's this? Ah! This is how we get to Secret Basement Man. Might be slightly concerning that the door closed behind us, but I'm sure it's fine. Oh, you opened a bookstore and you live in the basement of said bookstore. With this... I don't know how I keep finding all these random Stardust. I'm not following a guide or anything. I'm literally just tripping over these. Because I was going to point out that that looked like a forge next to him, so I thought he was a blacksmith, and then suddenly he's a bookstore owner. And then, lo and behold, he also has Stardust. Has us... Well, they don't have a dragon anymore. Nor do they have a Dragoon. They probably have another one somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised if they've handed out more of those spirit crystals. Especially if they're as easy as it seems to give out. Look, armor is kind of more important to us than looking good. There's also plenty of good-looking armor out there. You can be fashionable and ready for war at the same time. Hello, Attic Child. Do you have any good information for me? I guess that is a bird, huh? This thing. I wasn't sure what this was, but if the kid says it's a bird, I guess it's a bird. Huh. The bird and its 2 frames of animation. Is this an inn? Because that's part of what I'm running around looking for, is an inn to heal. Yep, there we go. Save point, so this is almost certainly the inn. Or it's the arena. Since they mentioned there's an arena, and a save point in front of the arena would make sense. We've tripled the amount of Stardust we have today. Okay, it is a hotel, and it's only 20 gold? Sure, I'll stay a night. Sure, Shauna's dying of poison, but you know, we can afford to sleep a day away, right? It'll be fine. And I'm sure nothing bad's happening with the war while we're away dealing with personal problems. Yeah, I have to imagine war is great for business and terrible for business at the same time. Just really depends on the business you're doing. Hi, I'm invading your house. How do you not know how to find Dabas's antique shop? It's literally just a little bit to the south and to the right. It's not hard to find. Man's loud enough you probably can hear him through the entire city every time he talks anyway. When in doubt, look for the... Well, no, I can't say look for the place with the weird basement, because everywhere in here seems to have weird basements, including people living in most of said weird basements. That doesn't really narrow it down at all, does it? Okay, now we're back here. I knew at some point I was going to end up looping back to where we'd been. Because I recognized the screen we were on, I just forgot which doors we'd gone in, which ones we hadn't already. So I guess it's back to the Poison Forest for us. Wait, equipment shop. I can't believe I almost forgot about an equipment shop. It's the merchant town, of course there's a... God damn it. Why is the equipment shop owner not home? The one person in town I would care about. Why are you not home? Why are you advertising for a shop that's not being staffed? Do you not know there's nobody in there? Did you not get the memo? Do they have you just out here spinning the sign with nobody to handle the rest of it? You should really lock this door when nobody's in there. Somebody like me could just walk in and take all the stuff. But you know, now that I say that... Damn it. I can't actually steal anything. Yeah, because you're the one... Actually, no, you're not the one who told me the attic was for everyone. Oh, you are, actually... Why aren't you behind the counter? The counter's right there. Why are you in the back? Okay, so we can get a cape. Why is this so expensive? Then again, that's a lot of magic attack and a lot of magic defense. Why does this item exist? Why would you have a 10,000 gold ridiculous helmet just chilling in here? Never mind, you've got a shield of absurdity in here too. Oh, does this, like, just automatically do your addition attacks? That is insane. So what I've learned is I need to come back here, if I can, much later when I have a lot of money, and buy all of these broken things. But right now, I just have to be sad, because there's nothing we want here unless I want to give everybody power wrists. Which is tempting. Not gonna lie to you, that is tempting. But, like, the only things we'd be able to afford anytime soon would be a dragon shield or an angel scarf. But we do want a cape for a Rose, because it is better than what she's wearing. How just a singular cape is better than a suit of leather? Oh no, that's a helmet for her, that's why. Wait. Now I just can't get the image of Rose just wearing a cape on her head out of my brain. Like, did she just take the cape and, like, twirl it up like a turban or something? What happened here? I have so many questions, and I'm not gonna have any answers to any of them. Also, your shop sucks. I just want you to know that. Goddamn, call yourself a weapon dealer and all you sell is a singular lance. You know, I don't know if just yelling classy brother at people is gonna mean anything to them. That is true, I suppose. Yeah, some kind of vial or jar or something to carry spring water. Time to get a bunch of people to try to shill their items to me now. You don't sell anything ever, do you? Because you think... Hang on, I need to count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's what, 1 billion gold? That's either... I don't think that's million. I think that's billion or trillion gold. Is a great deal for a single jar. I have half a mind to take said jar and smash it on your head. Anywhere else would be better. Uh-huh, sure you were just kidding. That's still outrageous. You can do better than that. Nah. You can still do better than 1,000, my dude. I don't know if I can get away with one more. That's still half my money for just a jar. Come on. There we go. That's more right. We'll take that. 100 I'll accept. Even that's outrageous, but I'm already cutting the man's throat, I know. Yeah, we got shafted even paying 100 for just a jar. I was pretty sure they weren't gonna let me get away with forcing him to go any lower than that. Guards are like, just, hey, you're gonna get ripped off. We're done. Done with this idea now. Let's go back over there, though, and see if there's anything else we can buy. Maybe we'll find something cool. Still hate you, sir. Really isn't. You got anything cool? Those look more like pears than eggs, sir. You may have had those eggs for too long. Okay, that's actually useful information, because we were at Hoax before. In fact, I think Hoax was where we came from. I think that was the place we protected first. I think we went from Hoax to the swamp place, and actually no, we would have had to have gone... Hoax would have to have been the swamp place. Uh-huh. The Palace of Leisure is behind the arena. You see. Minitos... I see. I mean, we might be able to check out the arena while we're here. Might be worth doing. Though it'd probably be wiser to have Shauna with us before we do this. So she doesn't miss the experience. Not open. Okay. Looks like some kind of racing event going on here. Why is there no music in here? Spooky crystal ball, with no one manning the crystal ball. Why don't I just steal this? It's right here. Nobody's looking. Free. Let me guess, they're not ready. Okay. Then I will have to come back after I heal Shauna. That makes sense. I kind of just assumed, but I didn't know. And I assume the save point is here, so if you screw up during all of that, you can roll back and try to do better. Or if you just do terrible gambling, probably. Hello? What's down here? Obstacle course. Those are pigs? I wanted to see the pigs too. Blocking the way. Anyway, let's get out of here. I suppose we should go do what we're supposed to be doing, shouldn't we? Onward and outward. We're gonna have to go back past the nest of the dragon in order to get to where that stuff is, but we have to go through it to get the spring water anyway. Okay, so we can just hop down. Oh, but can I guess I can't hop back up, so that's annoying. So I may have to go all the way back out and around to get back to the nest. Unless I can just hop across that middle bit, which I should be able to, logically. One too few. And of course they both have physical attack barrier capabilities, so I'm sure they're both going to put their barriers up. Let's see if I can kill this one before we can barrier up. There we go. Wow, okay. Just knocked him the hell out. That's fine, he got over it. As soon as we load in, though, I'm gonna check to make sure he actually got over it. Pretty much. Hey there, Extrude, how's it going? It was just a quick nap, he's fine. Up. Back down into the dragon hole. Oh, conveniently right in front of the spring water, too. I still think we can just burn the plant down. So far so good. You know, a little bit of dragon poisoning, but we'll get over it. We at least have our third Dragoon now, so that's helpful. We can just climb right back out going this way. Yeah, overdoing it can definitely wreck your voice. Hopefully, you'll get it back quick. Just make sure to rest and drink plenty. Can I just go this way? I can. Of course, of course. I think this is the right way to go to get to where we're trying to get to. If not, we'll find a whole other part of the forest we probably didn't see, and then we'll be able to grab more goodies. But really, at the end of the day, it works out either way.
Yes.
Really thought I was too late on that one.
Burning rush.
There we go. 2 for 2. And now is when I drop up the ball. Yep. I was too early. I hate being predictable. Especially to myself.
Whip smack.
Yes. Burning rush.
There we go. Now the question becomes, did I go the right way? Now I think we are on the other side of the river from where I wanted to be, but there might be things over here. Also, should theoretically be able to just hop across this little patch of water here and go to the other part, but I'm assuming I'm gonna have to go all the way back, because that's just how these things work. God forbid they step over the small stream of water. I had already learned before that the Mandragora is more annoying than the Mandrake, rather. It's more annoying than the other thing.
Yes. Burning rush.
There we go. I think Burning Rush leveled up as well, because wasn't it only 10 per swing before? Now it's 15. Watch the timing on that one.
Yes. Burning rush.
Right side will have both of their Dragoon meters filled up by the time we get anything more important to deal with. Chainmail. Okay. Worth it. Because that is presumably stronger than the scale mail. Yeah, there we go. I assume you can't wear it? Yeah. Wanted to double check. So now they both have much higher defense, and Rose is just kind of left in the wind as far as that goes. Pursue gender-based armor. You should also be able to just jump across here, but no. Gotta go to the rocks. The rocks that are longer jumps than that is. Maybe it's just like hella slippery there and they can tell.
Yes. Burning rush.
Okay, good. He didn't choose to bury her up. He just chose to knock Lavitz unconscious again.
Whip smack.
You know, I feel like this is just as inefficient. Yeah, is now that one's gonna bury her up. You know what? You deserve this. No, it is only 25%. I was gonna hit him with Explosion, but let's just hit him with Flame Shot. Fireball, volleyball, go. Probably won't even kill him. Oh wow, no, that did a lot more than I thought it would. I really should just be transforming every time I can just to get those Dragoon levels up. But I'm going to remain lazy about that, and it's probably going to come back to bite me later. Now, if we just hang a left over here... There's the plan. Let's see if this spring water even works. Huh. Hooray for plants that hate water. You know, ignoring the fact that I still say we probably could just walked around the thing. As long as they were willing to walk off of the path.
Yes. Burning rush.
You know, then we wouldn't have this whole plot element of somebody selling me an overpriced jar, I guess.
Whip smack.
So remember, that's vital to the plot that we bought a 1,000 gold jar. That was the first time something countered in so long that I completely blanked on that one.
Yes.
Like, I just reflexively hit X again anyway, even though as I was hitting it, I'm like, no. Bang.
Whip smack.
There we go, dealt with. Morning, Gab. Appreciate you. Enjoy your coffee. Now we should find that shrine, which is where I was trying to walk to, ironically enough, before, because it looked like the dots led to the shrine when we were walking up to the nest of the dragon. Give me the goodies. You lost, okay? Rude box telling me I lost. I'm gonna assume somebody beat us to the treasure here, and that's what they're getting at with that. If this place has been looted already. That is what? Huh? Oh, probably the symbol up there. It almost looks like the Firebird. Eh, we got 3 Dragoons. What's a dragon to 3 Dragoons? Magic rocks. There's a Dragoon spirit in there. It also it showed a glow up there like there was another spirit rock just up there. Would have been really funny if it was just stuck in the mural. It was like, oh hey, someone just left this here. Huh, I guess it's mine now. Well, yeah, no, Crystal Golem, definitely accurate. I don't know how to break this to you, buddy, but you seem to have no legs. Can you even move? Were you just part of the ground? Did they just, like, animate a literal chunk of crystal? Well, you probably have health that you can give to me.
Astral Ray.
Now that I know this is an AoE heal, I'm gonna be using this a lot more. I guess she just, like, acts as a filter for the life force? I don't know. Because it comes up one color and then goes out another one. Oh, it can heal too. Good for you. That means, though, I could just drain this thing for an infinite amount of life, so I'm kind of fine with that. We'll go ahead and store up some more charge for Dart.
Burning rush.
I debated transforming him, because like I said, I can just keep spamming that to get Dragoon levels, but eh. We have more health we can fill in, so we'll steal some more.
Astral Ray.
Exactly. The cycle of life. They have life, therefore I steal it. We are the main characters. Eventually, all life will be ours. Just like all items will eventually be ours. And all gold will eventually be ours. All of everything will eventually be ours. Don't bother nailing things down. I'll take the nails too. Feeling very attacked by these treasure chests right now. Worst part is this is not the first time I've seen this joke get played. Where somebody just leaves a bunch of notes in chests after looting a place. Oop. And another resonance point. I think they attributed the wrong speaker to that dialogue there. But it did heal us completely, so if we start getting dinged up too bad, we'll want to come back here. That's the real treasure, the treasure of infinite health. Get a load of that guy with just a pillar on his shoulder. He's ready. He's also just jamming out to something nobody can hear. Okay, a gargoyle and just a strong man. Well, you know what? This seems like a great time to show off explosion. Otherwise known as I have the excuse of having more than one target, therefore explosion. I can also just immediately restore this MP with the resonance point behind us.
Explosion!
Yeah, you show that ground who's boss. Really seems more like an eruption than an explosion. There we go. Yep, that's a bit better. You know, if they didn't already use Volcano for his addition move, they might have just called that spell Volcano. So you're telling me he uses that pillar as a bazooka? I see. I was so thrown off by that I didn't even time that attack properly. Or that one. The second one I don't really have an excuse for, but I'm going to claim it was because I was thrown off by that. Well, you know, no sense not... actually, it did, like, nothing to the gargoyle, apparently. This is absolutely overkill, but you know what? I don't stand for Pillar Bazooka Man. I don't like that. Only I may explode things. And because I keep botching Rod Typhoon, Lavitz still hasn't transformed. Feels bad. Dark magic? Dark magic. I cannot get that timing right today, this for the life of me.
Yes.
Like, I think it's just the stab is just slightly slower than I think it is, so it just keeps not lining up. Because I'm almost always too early with his. And don't get me wrong, I could just put him on a different move other than Rod Typhoon. We could go back to Spinning Cane or Harpoon. Harpoon would be the sensible choice to a certain degree because it's only one input. And it's almost level 2, so it'd probably go back up to the same damage as Spinning Cane anyway. Spinning Cane would be smart in some ways because each attack generates SP, so that would generate SP. If I could do Rod Typhoon, that would be his best SP generation, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I think we'll go back to Spinning Cane. Take the end out of the middle there. since I was at least managing to land that one. And we've gotten Burning Rush down well enough at this point, so I won't worry about changing Dart. And Rose has nothing else, so we'll just keep on keeping on with that idea. Let's see if that resonance point works twice. It does. I was pretty sure it would, but I wanted to verify before I got into a worse position and ran back to it, only to find that it didn't work. So that would have been very funny. And of course, since I snoozed that ad earlier, my ad timing is all jacked up now. The resonance point. Did that... You know, now I have no way of knowing that one, whether that one healed us too or not. It probably does. But I assume we have to touch all the resonance points, probably. I'm also interested in this minecart track that's just going all around this place. Oh, stone statue soldier thing. Living statue. Okay. Well, we know the gargoyles do things I don't like, so let's deal with those first. We can't really use magic to deal with this situation unless they were only protected from the element I chose, which I find unlikely. I feel like gargoyles would be magic resistant, because in a lot of universes they are. They're either magic resistant or physical resistant to a large degree. Or in some cases, there's two different variations of gargoyle, one that is magic resistant and one that's physical resistant. Meanwhile, I'm apparently timing resistant. I would like that to stop being proven true repeatedly, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Burning rush.
Okay, he spent his turn powering up. I really thought Lavitz's turn was gonna be next.
Burning.
My own turn order confuses me. It seems like that living statue is also very resistant to physical. Okay, good. Even though short transformation's on, it did his full transformation for the first time. Which means I may as well leave short transformation on all the time then. I was worried about having to turn it off in order to show off transformations, but if it does the first one, the normal timer anyway, there's no reason for me to worry about that then. Let's see Wing Blaster, even though it's an all-enemy attack. It should still work.
Wing blaster.
Just throw a bird at him. Okay, doesn't have much health, but it has really high physical protection, and even not too bad magic protection based on how little that did. Exactly. Welcome after coming all the way here. Now get out. Rude. What's this do? Ah! Some manner of shortcut, perhaps? Look, I'm gonna keep checking all the chests. One of them's eventually gonna have something. That's the trick. You keep telling people that there's nothing in any of the chests, and then eventually they give up, but the one after they normally would give up is the one that's gonna have something in it. That's how this bit works. Oh, it actually removed that resonance point and opened a path here. Gargoyle, gargoyle, okay.
Whip smack.
Plenty of SP to be generated here, at least. I also just realized they don't have 2 arms, 2 legs. They have 6 limbs. It's either 5 or 6. Yeah, there is 2 back there. Okay. The 2 in the back were close enough together I couldn't quite tell. Yeah, go ahead and just burn your transformation. Since his attack is the one I'm most consistent with right now, I can pretty safely use his. Eventually I'll get a perfect. Wow, it survived out of that, huh? That's upsetting. That'll be Rose getting maxed out meter. Part of the reason why I decided not to bother waiting for Dark to fill his meter is I don't know if it's based on amount of transformations for the level, for one, and most things don't survive a turn of you being transformed anyway, outside of bosses. Statue facing front. Okay. I don't know what relevance that has, but I'm going to make a note of it. Because I presume there has to be something to this. They wouldn't specify statue facing a direction without a reason. So I just took a picture of that for future reference. How are we doing on health and mana and everything? We're still doing pretty well. We won't worry about running back to resonate with the thing. Over there was where we got to the other thing, so let's go straight forward then. And we know it doesn't change what direction the statue's facing because we couldn't interact with it to change that. It's a hole. 3 rotary plates, all with numbers 1 to 5. So there's a numeric code we need to put in. Yeah. First number is... It would be very funny if I just get this right the first time. I'm feeling 2? 5? 1? Nope. It would have been really funny if that had worked. Well, yeah. That's how those numeric codes usually work, Lavitz. Wouldn't be much of a combination lock if we just threw random numbers at it and it worked no matter what numbers I put there. Upgraded rabbit things. And they're fast, as you'd expect rabbits to be. Oh, they're plague rats instead of rabbits now. Okay. 'Cause I think those were like assassin rabbits before. Death Dimension would hit both of them, but doesn't particularly matter. I think we may as well just Astral Drain just to get the health.
Astral Drain.
Consume the delicious soul of rat, whatever this is. That really does heal for a surprising amount.
Yes. Burning rush.
Then again, it is, I guess, pretty much just straight up a quarter of the damage it deals. Either a quarter or a third. No, it would have to be a third, wouldn't it? Because it's splitting it between 3 characters. I guess it it technically heals for the full value, but it gets divided among the characters. That would be the smartest way to think that through instead of the jumbled mess I was going on before. Is this one empty too? You know, I thought it was weird that the floor there looked different. I gotta love, by the way, the fact that they jumped in the hole, since you saw that I was to the side, so I shouldn't have fallen in there, but Dart chooses to jump in the hole and fall for the trap despite avoiding it. 3? Five. 2. So I had 2 of the right numbers. One was in the wrong spot, and then the other was just completely wrong. Sploosh. Okay, so 3, 5, 2. Let's get back up there quickly before I forget that. This really feels like a place I would have built. Full of fuckery and shenanigans. Am I gonna make it before the encounter? I am. I can't believe I actually had one of the numbers in the right spot. Da-na-na-na. I don't know if that's like just enough memory held, or if I just was right with the logic of at least one of the numbers would have been the last number. Because that was part of why I picked 5, is most of these kind of puzzles usually use at least one of the far down the list numbers to make people have to cycle far. And a lot of the times they try to split the numbers across the list so people can't just mash and complete the puzzle.
Death dimension. Gone.
Oof. Oh wow, that's not the one I expected to die out of that set. I kind of figured the 2 rabbits were gonna die and the strongman was just gonna sit there. What do you know? Tougher than they look, I guess. And they're just out. You know, that makes sense. So I guess fear also just has a chance to make an enemy run, huh? That I don't think was worth the casting. Oh well. The more you know. The only statue we saw was facing forward, so let's turn this statue to face forward. That is incorrect. Okay. Maybe it needs to be facing the same direction as the other statue, so it'd be facing like that? Nope. You know, game, eventually I will succeed, because I'll just keep picking options until one of these works. This front didn't work, so back? Which is where it was facing originally? Yeah, of course that doesn't work. Which means there's only one option left, because we picked left, front, and back. That means it must be right. So it faces the other statue? Or none of them? What? Is there a pattern to it? Oh, this one does turn. So they must both need to face front? No. So there must be another statue somewhere that I didn't see. Well, I could go look for it, or, when in doubt, brute force the puzzle. That's the direction it was facing already, so this isn't gonna work. If you're wondering if I'm just doing this to have fun with the slide, you're partially correct. The other part of it is I'm genuinely just too lazy to go look for the other statue. There we go. So it's front and left. I'm pretty sure I literally did see the other statue and I just didn't interact with it. I don't know if there's anything merry about somebody who's getting more and more annoyed that you keep making fun of them every time they open a treasure chest. But I guess it's because we're playing along with the bit for this long instead of just refusing to open any more of the boxes. Yeah, if it comes down to it, I'll just do a bunch of fights off camera where I make sure to keep transforming to get people's Dragoon levels up if it ends up being a problem. I don't anticipate it coming to that, because over natural play, we'll probably be able to do everything I would need to. But I'm putting that out there as a just in case, hey, if it comes to it, this is what I'll do statement. Yes, hit the Dark Dragoon with Dark Magic. That's gonna work out great.
Whip smack.
I wasn't sure what kind of attack he was going for with the way he moved there.
Burning rush.
I'm gonna try to physical attack that statue to death this time and see just how much it takes. It seemed physically resistant, but we also have a lot of SP room to gain, so it'll be worth just hitting it for the SP if nothing else.
Spinning pain.
Okay, yeah, that one totals out at 35. Yeah, I think they do all total out at the amount it advertises. For some reason, I thought it was a per hit bonus with the amount it gives. Oh, Dark Mist and Detonate Rock. Don't mind if I do. I say as the last spaces of my usable inventory are now full, I think. But, you know. At least I'm getting something out of this place. Rude. I mean, there was only the one trap. I mean, treasure would be nice, but that's not what we're here for. She's making a good point. He wasn't gonna believe anything we said anyway, so if we just cut him down, we'll be done with this much quicker. He also drew first, so, you know, it's self-defense at this point. Yeah, go for it. Why not? A box full of bombs, huh? That's what you consider a fancy trap, huh? Alright. Let's see how well you handle being sent to the death dimension. See if this clears the bombs as well. Oh, you don't have enough MP. Never mind. We do need some health, though, so hey, Drake the Bandit, give me some health. You like stealing. Let's see how you like being stolen from.
Astral Drain.
There we go. That was actually a good amount. It's interesting that they don't all heal an even amount. That still keeps throwing me. But I assume, to a certain degree, maybe it's healing partially based on the target. No, because if it was based on target max health, it would be Lavitz that's healing the most, not Dart. Huh. Well, we have enough MP for explosions, so that should take care of the bombs. And what better way to get rid of bombs than explosions, right? It's a perfect problem-solving method.
Explosion!
It'd be kind of fun if they just started sinking into that magma when it's made there. But then they'd have to move them back up, and it would be a whole thing. So I get why they didn't. It would just be cool. There we go. Bombs are gone. Great trap you had there that did nothing. Care to try that again? 'Cause I wouldn't mind if you just burn all your turns just summoning more bombs that don't do anything. Rude. I mean, I guess it's actually not that rude, considering we are invading your space. But, you know. You're supposed to offer things to your guests, not throw knives at your guests. What part of stop throwing knives at your guests didn't you get?
Yes! Burning rush!
Yeah, this game seems to just decide sometimes whether to be generous with the timing or not, because I was definitely way off timing with that as well, and it gave it to me. We'll probably just do a regular attack this time around. And we'll have it. This is AoE magic's probably better off held until there's more bombs in play. Yeah, that already did 97 anyway. That's plenty. I don't anticipate this guy proving to be much of a threat. All he seems to be doing now is just throwing single target knife attacks. He does still have blue health though, so maybe he's actually more of a problem than I think.
Burning rush!
He's still blue health? God damn. Have you considered dying, sir? I would recommend it. Well, we pushed him to do something. Is he gonna be phase-based? Is that just gonna be he'll keep using a different trap whenever he reaches a certain point? I'm gonna guess that that's a counter. Okay, the wire itself is targetable. So what if we just throw a bomb at you? Will that just get rid of your wire? No, the wire has more health than that. I don't know if it's a good idea to just direct attack the wire. I don't really want to burn the downburst. Part of this, though, is just clearing some inventory. $49 for each, okay. Wire still has health left, though. Oh, and he's gonna have bombs out. Okay, that's upsetting. You have no MP, so transforming right now is not the play. See how my Meteor Fall does. See if this gets rid of the bombs. Rocks fall, everything hopefully dies. Wow, that did a lot, actually. Oh, he's healing. Wow, 360, huh? Why must you heal for an amount of an outdated console? Why must you be like this? Part of me debated showing off what would happen if you just ran into the wire, but let's be real, that would not be a good idea. Same case with letting the bomb go off, but again, why would I do that? That'd be silly.
Whip smack.
I'm sure there's somebody out there on the internet that has recorded letting themselves get hit by all the traps, if anybody really is that curious.
Burning rush.
Spinning cane.
Considering I forget which character it was that somebody tried to beat this game with only using them. But somebody's done that as well at some point. I got too impatient about letting her meter fill completely.
Die.
109, okay. I think we've cut through all the health he healed at least now. Just thinking about it. Okay, he put the wires back out. He's at red health, so we're almost out of this. We can just go for explosion. I don't know if explosion will do enough, but at least it'll do damage. Honestly, he might die before the wire does this time.
Explosion.
Honestly, though, that's really strong wire to sustain so many area effect attacks like it did before. I really need to find out what he makes that stuff out of. Only 41. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Changes back to human now. I suppose Dragoons are still technically human, probably. Yeah, you just go ahead and throw a thing at him. Meteor Fault did a crazy amount last time, so we'll just do that again. A wiser man would probably hold these for much more dangerous encounters in the future, but I'm here to expedite things, not to save myself from dangerous fights. Also, that did way less for Lavitz than it did for Rose. Maybe I should just have Rose exclusively using those. Well, we're still trying to clear out inventory here. If I hit him hard enough and he just dies, we don't need to worry about all the other things. So sure, we'll see about the Dark Mist. Enter the Singularity and perish. Wow, yeah, that did a lot. Seems like Shauna and Rose both do way more with items. But I probably should check the magic attack stat. It probably is basing off of that. Gust of Wind Dance, new edition. Oh great, a new attack for Lavitz for me to fail using. Surely, I presume. Well, one, we didn't know any better. Two, we kind of need the magic thingies you have to save somebody's life. Yeah. Correct. Scanning, scanning, scanning. Apparently that journey's been going on for a while, if you've been here this long. Yeah, they're still around. So we went here for nothing then. I mean, there's always a way. What way are you gonna suggest? Ah, of course, your Dragoon spirit. Yeah, that makes sense. Healing magic tends to solve most problems. I mean, you saw me take Drake down, but I guess he's not really much of a problem. 2 boss fights back to back, though, huh? That's fine. Like I just said, Drake wasn't much of a fight, so... Let's see if a ghost puts up a better fight. And it only makes sense they have to earn the Dragoon spirit. Wouldn't have much of a point otherwise, would it? Do I want to give you back your MP, heal, dart, or do I want you just hit? Thing. Because you have no MP, so I can't use your life drain. Then again, everybody's out of MP at this point. Because I kind of just burnt everything cleaning up. No, I think we're fine at the moment. Not so fine as to get away with failing that much, but it's fine. No, the letters. I don't want to read. Oh, you have life-draining magic. Well, that's upsetting. This also means I didn't get a chance to switch to the new move for Lavitz either to see if I could actually do that one. So I seem to recall people talking about the timing for Gust of Wind in Dance. At least they're only draining 25 at a time. It's not really that big a deal. That said, Dart, heal thyself, as you are definitely a little cooked right now. You know, technically both of these answers are correct, since she's asking both of them. His Dart fights to protect the people he cares about, and Lavitz really does fight for pride and honor, but also to protect those that he cares about too. Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to turn into something like this. Well, the other two have no reason to not stab Shauna. They've been traveling together a little bit, but it's really nothing compared to how long Shauna and Dart have known each other. Oh no, they're actually upgrading that attack. Ow. Give the correct answer to pursue the black monster. Uh-huh. So I guess this is partially a memory test. See if you paid attention to the plot up to this point.
Burning rush.
Because I assume if you give wrong answers, it probably gets harder. I assume she'll transform into a couple of other characters along the way. So it looks like this might be over already, actually, because that was a red arrow. Unless that's just for this form. Yep, changing forms again. Back to Shirley. Got a real angry face there. Her? Oh, there's a trick to this, huh? Okay.
Whip smack.
Is this gonna be one of those I have to wait a certain amount of time fights, perhaps? Like maybe you have to not defeat the Shana form.
Burning rush.
Or I did actually give the wrong answer. Even though that was the answer he said was the reason why he left. Yeah, we're doing this loop again. I could try giving the other answer and see what happens. Yeah, see, the first answer is for darts option and this one's Lavitz. That's what I figured. Ah. King. Who also uses a spear. Interesting. So what happens if we just guard this phase out? See, technically the answer Levitz probably would give would be to just immediately say yes to his king, but he also would know better. His king basically told him to take care of some of this at the very least. Like, he seemed like the type to care about a situation like this. See, that got more of a reaction, so that might have been right, it might have been wrong. We'll find out. See if more dialogue happens if we just don't attack. Back for a moment here. I feel like arguing directly wouldn't be the right choice here. There we go. That was the right answer. Okay, so I guess with the other one, I just needed to have not attacked, probably. Or I need to go through everyone. One of the two. Though Shirley knows Rose already. So there probably was like an extra phase to the Shauna part of this, and I just killed her off too early. I feel like I don't know yet would be a very dark answer, but his entire purpose for this is to get revenge on the Black Monster. I feel like I gave the wrong answer there. If he was gonna choose Shauna, he wouldn't have run off to chase the Black Monster in the first place. Based on who he is as a character, I think this is the correct choice. He does care about Shauna, but he is committed to his revenge. Then again, he wouldn't be traveling with her. Yeah, that was the wrong answer. Okay. There was a 50-50 on that. I could see his character being written as focused on revenge, but he also obviously is still here with everyone rather than off on his journey of revenge. Yeah, I should have thought about that for a second or two longer. That did make more sense the other way.
Whip smack.
The fact that it proceeded, I presume, means that I didn't get it wrong until that point, so I do need to answer revenge and then say Shauna. I suppose maybe it's intended to show growth for him as a character at this point as well. Show that he's getting past his revenge. Oh, neat. We're at a party now. Why do those lasers hurt? Yep, here we go again. Time for another round of question and answer. Moments like this are kind of neat, but I feel like having it be something you answer is a gamble. Okay, yeah, just skip straight to this question that I got wrong, though, so that's good. Now let's see if that was right. Theoretically, with the two possible answers, one of the two would have to be right. The thing is, he won't save Shauna and go home. He's already committed to stopping the war at the very least, so he can't just save Shauna and go home. Yeah, of course. Ooh. This is a tricky one, too. Theoretically, by protecting his liege lord, he protects his mother. But most of the reason why he protects his liege in the first place would be to protect his family. Exactly. He is a human being before being his role. And see, we don't really have context entirely for the answer, for this answer. We can infer a bit from her behavior, but the inference could lead to either of these, because she has sacrificed a lot over her life, as we can tell, based on the fact she left an entire set of friends behind. Presumably, based on the fact that we're talking to the ghost of Shirley, most of said friends are dead. So sacrifice could be the sacrifice of those around her, as well as her own. But she does also seem like the type to not have really given it too much thought as well, because of how much she's been going through constantly. But I'm gonna go with the nothing but sacrifice. Yeah, that was the correct answer. And we got the silver stone as well. So that was more just a puzzle rather than an actual fight. You have to be able to survive it long enough to do the puzzle. We got the thing! Bandit protecting you from other bandits. Yeah, we got healing supplies. Yeah, I suppose we could just channel one Dragoon spirit into the other. Look at the fancy lights and be healed. I mean, you were alive the whole time. You were breathing. You just were having a bad time. Now you're better. Don't start this fight again. I'll put you right back on the ground. I don't suppose you got any treasure back there that I could have. Yeah, I assume she moved on now that she's given up her Dragoon spirit. She has nothing holding herself here anymore. She was waiting for the next generation of Dragoons. Which, for better or worse, seems to be us. Which begs the question, was there actually a reason to bring Drake back? And I guess to a certain degree that's her gift to Drake for his service, is giving him back his life. But by the same token, to a certain degree, Drake might have actually been happier if he had died and went to the afterlife with Shirley. Because now he's gonna have to find a new purpose again. Demon Stiletto, okay. Nichi. And there we go. Now he doesn't have material possessions to protect either. He can freely just go off and go do stuff. I'm going to assume the Demon Stiletto is for Rose. Yep. Frightens enemy with a given probability. Works for me. And we can cut light damage down, but we really haven't seen things throw light damage at us. 6 inputs. Yeah, that's why people remember the timing for that. I gotta try. We all know I gotta try to do that at some point. Whether it'll work, well, you know, we'll see. Eventually, Rose will learn another move. Eventually. So let's see, let's take stock. We sent a soul onto the afterlife, we gained another Dragoon spirit, and we traumatized a random bandit man. That seems to be about what we've accomplished here today. I got thrown so far off by the fact that the input popped up and then it did the counter animation. That timing was so fucked. But I was getting that one, though. That was actually working. And up until the counter timing messed with me. Yeah, you're gonna power up. That's fine. Yeah, she definitely does way more damage, even though it increased her power by like 5. That's still way stronger. I was too early. With how early that box shows up, you are led to believe that it's earlier than that. But you have to wait till the foot makes contact. In some ways, though, I think I still understand that better than Rod Typhoon. Then again, there's still like 2 more inputs after that one too, so it's hard to say. We shall see if I can actually manage to make that whole move happen. Replacement Dark Mist is also good to get, because we can't buy those yet. Whether we can buy them later or not is a whole other question. But we know none of the shops we've seen up to this point had them. Yeah, he's still gonna be unpacking that. We really should just tell him that she's left, but apparently they don't want to tell him that. Though I suppose if we told him that, he probably would lash out at us, thinking we killed her, which technically we did. I wouldn't be able to say he's wrong thinking we killed her, considering we did send her spirit on. And we took the shiny rock that probably was helping hold her to this plane. Though she did give it to us, but, you know, context is kind of hard to give to somebody who's going to be distraught. real weird animation skip when it picked the pillar back up there.
Burning rush.
I know her meter's full, but these guys I don't think are worth bothering to burn Dragoon form on. I didn't time it right. I didn't think so. It's interesting how he's the one who keeps getting countered now as well. Like, there's enough extra inputs on Dark's attack. You would think he'd be getting countered too. Now the fear went off, but it didn't matter. He's just dying scared, which just seems extra. Oh, fun fact, by the way, if any of the bot-related things don't work today, Firebot updated today, which, for some reason, pushed the CPU up to 90% until the update was done, so that was interesting. Not sure why that was a thing that happened, but it sure happened.
Burning rush.
One down. Now, are you gonna get to hit him without getting countered this time? The answer is yes, but because I fucked up the timing, not because he didn't counter. I did so much better with these timed attacks last time. But it's fine. We're getting through, and that's what matters. That waterfall almost looks like a save point. Didn't we just... Right, there is a particular angle if you're walking, you get more encounters. There was a weird bug with that. Supposedly. Is another thing with the rewrite version is that apparently it fixes that, but you actually get, like, the game's normal encounter rate by going at that angle instead of the lowered encounter rate. Is basically, it didn't fix it entirely, it just, they decreased the encounter rate to try to account for it. Mind you, this could be a partially inaccurate statement because it's been a while since I read that description and I may be crossing things up a bit. That's more or less the thing. Really, I should have redone some of that research in these sessions, but if people are that interested, they can find that rewritten version and look at the description for themselves. I'm gonna have to go back through here to get where we're going. Because if I don't enter, it won't let me through. Thankfully, it's not that long a run. I presume I have to go out the right exit, though. So I need to go back over to where the nest is, rather than going to the left here, because that'll take us back to where we came from originally. We never did find a statue in that shrine, though, so I guess the statue was the thing we killed in the volcano.
Burning rush.
Nope. Watch that timing, too. I do remember thinking about it more, that Lavitz was either the one I transformed with the most, or the one who never got to transform, depending on how well that day was going. And I'm now remembering exactly why. his moves are just so hit or miss in more ways than the average. Right, we need to go up there, so I actually need to go back into the nest to get up there. I can't just go around it. Heck, nebbit. Well, at least we can drink from the spring on the way and get our mana back. And I'm going to assume they just threw the jar away that we used. Even though we could have refilled it with spring water so we had a healing source with us. Guess that would have just made too much sense. I'm not going to bother saving there. I see no reason to, since we'll be out of here in a minute. Not like these things in here are going to have a death spell that are going to kill me before I can get out of here or anything. Imagine if that just happened immediately after I said that. Just, oh hey, guess what? They do actually have a death spell and everybody died. Huh. That's a shame. It'd be funny though. It'd be very funny. But part of the reason for not saving is literally out here in the open field I can save if I want to. Which, I suppose, just in case, I may as well save. Not because of any concern of being killed, but because, since this is emulated, at any point it could just implode. So it never hurts to have safety saves. Now, we'll find out soon if my mixed memory of Disc 1 ending and doing the end of the sequence were one and the same, or if those are two separate memories that just happen to be close together. That's the way to the arena. I need to go back up above to go to where Shauna is. Look at it this way, after our little adventure here, we'll soon have 4 Dragoons. So I feel like it's a given that Shauna's gonna end up with the healing soul. Like, they're one, not exactly subtle with their theming. Considering the souls have gone to a character that has equipment predominantly of the color of the gem that they have, like goddamn Power Rangers. And 2, she already kind of was getting pigeonholed into the healer role even before she had anything magic to work with. I just gotta remember which of these doors leads to where we were. The answer is so far none of them. I think it is actually this one that's on the other side of the bridge by itself. No, it's... yeah, this is the one that tells us off for not being fashionable enough. Oh, wait, no, it was downstairs, wasn't it? Because we started off downstairs where we were looking at the couple that are just staring at each other. I remember now. There's one of these ones on the left downstairs, I think. Well, the only one on the left downstairs. Yeah, because there's the old man. Just the camera perspective is so different with it looking at all the rooms that I couldn't tell. We found something better, theoretically. Magic! That's because it is being helped by another spirit. Yeah. Which makes this almost pointless to have done, but it's important. You have magical powers now. You now have the protective power. Yeah, you did kind of blind the old man a bit. Pure white light is pretty harsh on the eyes. Yeah, she's fully back to normal. You know what? That's fair. I'm glad he just immediately is like, yeah, you know, I don't think there's any explanation that's gonna accomplish anything here. I was gonna say, are we gonna pay him for his time at least? But I guess he's learned something today. We sure did. Oh, yeah, he's gonna point us toward the arena now. Yeah, the hero competition. I mean, we may as well, right? It'll give us good stuff, probably. And a bit of renown never hurt anybody. Well, yes it did, but shh, don't worry about that part. Now we got Shauna back on the team, and we can give her the Angel Robe. Revives from death with a given probability. That definitely seems helpful. Miss will keep the Night Shield. I think she has... No, she still has no additions. For some reason, when I had implied that she gets additional skills later, I for some reason thought after she got her Dragoon Spirit that she would actually have additional attacks. But I guess it'd be tricky for them to do timed attacks with a bow. I think... Yeah, status shows magic. As you can see, she has Moonlight, which I think is a healing spell? It's either a light-based magic attack or a heal. I don't remember which. And yeah, that's part of why the item usage is so different if you look. Dart has 34 total magic attack. Lavitz has 25. Shauna only has 31. But she's also 4 levels behind now. And Rose is way out of control with 66, which is why her item usage is so much better. I completely forgot that it actually scaled off magic attack for the items themselves. We definitely need to get something that boosts Shauna's magic more. If she's going to be healing. But then again, I don't know if magic attack even scales healing at all. And that's assuming I even start using Shauna now that she has her Dragoon form for any real amount of time. What it'll probably end up being is I'll rotate her in, at least to show off her abilities. And then she may be back ranking for most of it. Because y'all know how I do. I'm aggro all the way. So a healer really isn't a priority for me. And we have life-draining healing through Rose already anyway. Wait, I completely missed this box. $100. You know what? That's fine. The fact that we just kept hearing the running animal noise was mildly concerning, just sitting there in the void hearing constantly. A lot has happened today already, though. We picked up 2 Dragoon Spirits today. Then again, I suppose technically last session we picked up 2 Dragoon Spirits then, too. I mean, I don't know about the live fast, die young part, but I'm definitely up for giving this a shot. Why do you keep putting no as the first option? Sign us up, I saved, it doesn't matter. Oh yeah, that would make sense, huh? Legally not allowed. I like the answer of, I don't like the word dude. So it's just gonna be Dart alone. Of course. Gotta get one last dig in there. Yeah, probably shouldn't use Dragoon for this. It would be a little... A, it would be unfair, and B, it would be a bit of a cheat. Alright. Now let's see how many teams of enemies end up having to fight. What a mix of fighters we got in here. Now. Well, I guess that's one less to compete, huh? Just immediately one-tapped. Yeah, they know each other. Look at that. Yeah, I never did find that black whatchamacallit, huh? So are they taking turns, or is it gonna be like a free-for-all type deal? Because they're all just running in at once. Because if it's a free-for-all and I can just pick who I fight first... Nope, I'm not getting a choice. What would happen if I just walked through the other door without talking to this guy? Would he just yell at me? Dart versus Gorgaga. Okay, so the big axe guy first. Oh hey, he actually has a voice line for throwing weird green stuff at me. Well, that answers the question I had in my head about whether item usage was going to be allowed. Immediately a dirty trick. Oh, and he gets first strike? Okay. No, he didn't do much. Oh, that poison does a lot more than he did. Okay. Explains why he needs the poison.
Burning rush.
Yeah, because his attacks really don't do that much damage. That poison, though, is going to be an issue. We'll cure it in a moment here. I want to see how much health he has. After 2 attacks, if he hasn't had it change color, we know that he's got a decent whack of health to get through. Yeah, dark magic alongside poison makes sense. Okay, he's already down to yellow. I do have body purifiers, so I could get rid of the poison. We could also fight fire with fire and throw an item at him, but our magic scaling sucks. But if I burn a turn curing the poison, he gets a free hit. If I spend a turn healing my health, I think that's more worthwhile because we'll go back to basically full. And it would take 5 turns of poison to delete the health we just gained. And his regular attacks really don't do that much.
Yes.
Now, me botching that timing, though, that's more of a problem. That gives him the time for the poison to continue weakening us. So poison usually also wears off.
Yes. Burning rush.
So I guess this is a permanent poison, huh? Oh, he's out. So I think I made the right choice because I assume they don't heal us between matches. But maybe they will. Still, first round, one, no problem. Okay, it does heal you. So I shouldn't have even bothered with that heal then. Yeah, let's see what round two's got for us. I assume Herschel's probably gonna be the last opponent. Dart versus Surface. Okay, the knight that we saw. Are you gonna poison me too, or are you gonna do some other dirty trick? You're a knight, maybe you'll fight fair. Still rude that you get first strike.
Yes. Burning.
Though I suppose I do more than a attack a turn, so I suppose it's only fair that they get to swing first. Unless he has a lot of health, I think we just win here. At least if he keeps just running in and swinging at us. Yep, nope, now it changes. Okay, so just like the commander types, he powers up. Let's see how strong his powered up form is.
Burning rush.
We do half damage, that's normal. Ooh, and now he's doing... What was that, like 15 more? Something like that? Still not that much to worry about. I'm more worried about the fact that we might not be able to cut him down quick enough. Unless he upgrades again, we can take 4 of those. Yeah, he's gonna go down before we do, by far. He's already in red.
Burning rush.
Probably one more. If we didn't heal between fights, I would heal now just to get the lead on the next fight. Oh, his power up wore off too. There we go, easy. Let this be a lesson. Fighting fair is for suckers. He did a lot worse than the guy who cheated and was in the first round. That guy at least put me in danger. This one wasn't that bad. So I think our overall health did end up lower in that second fight, but that's because I just never healed. Round 3. Oh, Surface was apparently famous. I suppose all of these would be famous fighters in their own right. But did you know I had an audience waiting for me upstairs? Dart versus Danton. Oh, big hammer guy. Okay. What's your gimmick? I assume all these fighters are to a certain degree gonna have a gimmick. Okay, so the same animation set as the big warden from the prison.
Yes. Burning rush.
Oh no, he's coming. He's gonna get him. Oh wow, for some reason I expected him to two-hand the hammer once he got there instead of just kind of casually swinging it with one hand.
Yes.
I suppose he's probably feeling us out first before he commits his swings. So, if he's doing 50 with one hand, I don't know if I want him to use two hands.
Yes.
Ah, I botched the timing. I thought I hit that. Uh-oh, the camera angle changed. No, he's just still doing that, though. Okay. I mean, I'm down to just keep brawling.
Yes. Burning rush.
He's already in yellow, so unless he changes it up, he's in trouble. Oh, there we go. All-out attack. Ooh, wow, that did a lot more. Alright, even if I heal, that all-out attack would still down me. Unless it just puts you to 1.
Bring it.
That is absolutely a trap. You think I'm stupid, don't you? I'm just gonna take this opportunity to get a bunch of health back for free. Is he just gonna stand there and not do anything until I attack him? Because I can just get infinite health by guarding this way. Okay. Yep, okay, you can wait that attack out. You just think I'm stupid or something. I do feel a little bad having burned that healing item now, but they're 10 gold, it's fine.
Yes. Burning rush.
Yeah, probably one more hit and he's done. He had me worried there with that all-out attack. And I do wonder if that counter would have only been, like, Giganto's...
Burning rush.
It was like, if you mess up your additional attack type counter. Which means I would have gotten countered, almost certainly. Which, since we avoided it, if anybody out there knows how that attack worked, by all means, share. But I'm assuming it's just straight up would have countered me if I attacked him. Because that would make the most sense. Still, 3 for 3, no losses so far. And we are healed again. I have no mana, but I can't use Dragoon form anyway. Last year's winner, or Atlo. Wait, oh, last year's champion's victim, so second place. So I guess Herschel is going to be the last fight then. Which makes sense. Considering he just, like, backhanded that one guy away without even moving much. Yeah, I figured this one was going to be important, considering they had one of the more unique sprites out of the batch that was standing there. Oh, you've got a bow. Interesting. My leg. That didn't do that much. I don't know if that's supposed to be like it has a chance to stop your attacks or something, or if he just isn't actually that strong. Oh, is he gonna keep targeting different spots though? Yeah, that's what he's doing. Okay. Oh, and he sometimes gets 2 turns in a row. Okay. So that's his strength, is he's fast. I assume something might happen if he hits all 4 spots? And he's going to, because I definitely can't dispose of him fast enough to prevent that, even if we do a lot of damage to him. Because I assume next is the head, yeah. 5 cents blocker. Yeah, I kind of figured it was like a... I don't know. Yep, it is kind of like a chakra thing. Okay. Oh neat, 69 damage. And you hit Dart with fear. You know, Dart, if you just sat and thought about this for a second, you could realize you've been out-damaging him this entire time. It took him 5 attacks to do the same damage you do in 1 attack. We do know that fear makes us take extra damage, though, so let's cure that immediately. And since he called that attack the 5 sense blocker, Dart might have also just have been suddenly blind and deaf and everything, which would be terrifying. Which also makes that status effect make sense.
Yes.
He's gonna heal too. Okay, that's fine. You healed for the amount of one of my attacks
Yes.
when I don't screw it up.
Burning.
There you go. All that health's gone again. Go ahead, keep healing. Now he knows better. He's not gonna be so stupid as to keep healing. But he did reset his pattern, so he has no hope.
Yes.
Unless he's got another trick up his sleeve somewhere.
Burning rush.
I can definitely see how he ended up getting to second place, but not winning last year. He's got a good trick, it just is a little too slow. Now he shot the same knee twice that time.
Yes. Burning rush.
You lose. I mean, all you have to do is just have one of those bottles of status cure in your pocket when you debuff them, and then you're fine. Your weird chakra nonsense only works if people will let you do that. Oh hey, the other guy's gone. Oh yeah, it's Hashel, not Herschel. Either way. Oh, he lost. I guess that explains why he's in here, yeah. So we have to face Lloyd the Swordmaster, which I presume is this guy. Which, yeah, that makes sense. He was the other sprite unaccounted for. Could at least acknowledge us, you know? Okay. Though a phrase like that makes me feel like we're gonna run into Lloyd again. Just a feeling there. Thanks for becoming a fan. Now let me through so I can go fight the final fight. I wonder what the reward for this is, because I don't remember doing this. Dart versus Lloyd. This is gonna be the real fight, I presume. Listen to that. That's definitely a sign that this is gonna be serious. Do I want to do anything specific here, or do I just go for him? Let's just go for him. We'll feel out what he does as we go. Oh!
Missed.
Okay, so you're a dodgy fuck. Okay. Understandable. Am I gonna just miss you again? I am.
Missed.
Interesting. I have one idea, then. Rather than rushing headlong at him, let's see if we can throw him off by blocking. Didn't seem to have a reaction to that. Let's buy some time. See what else he does. Is that a hint that his swordmanship is too good to be human? Yeah, because we still can't hit him.
Over here.
I'm torn right now between we're guaranteed to lose this or there's a trick. can I hurt him with an item? I feel like that would be a cop-out to hurt him with items. But we might have to. Let's ride this out a little bit longer and let the dialogue play and see if there's a hint somewhere as to what to do about this guy. Because we got some health to spare still.
Missed.
Because for all his power, he doesn't hit that hard. Like, if he was meant to be a guaranteed lose fight, I would figure he would hit harder than that.
Huh.
Never mind. It is a guaranteed lose fight unless you are supposed to find a way to beat him before that many turns pass. Which is possible? Second place ain't bad, though. And he's just out of here. Part of me was debating putting a save state down to keep trying that. But I don't think there was any way out of it. Yeah, you know, there's really not time for that. That is also true. If Dart couldn't win that fight, you sure as hell ain't gonna be able to win that. Oh, wow. He's pretty well known, I guess. People can change. People can change. Even lone wolves need friends eventually. Where'd everybody run off to? I figured everybody would have been waiting right out there. Nope, they're just over here. Yeah, you know. I mean, he's not wrong. Oh. That explains why they ran into each other. They both have a singular goal they were pursuing. I thought she was around when that got mentioned before. God damn it. This joke's gonna get played out every time, isn't it? Yeah, that's gonna work out great for you there, Lavitz. Yep, that's gonna go fantastically. Might have been better sending the old man with Rose. She might respect him more. Never mind. Dart just gets left in the sway there. If they had actually committed to that happening, that would have actually been very funny. I was checking before I went places. So what can we get for tickets? Spirit Potion, Total Vanishing, Healing Rain. Okay. And how much do I have to pay for tickets? Oh, that's actually not bad at all. The exchange rate for the items might not be so good. We could buy spirit potions, couldn't we? And they were not worth 200. But that's typical for these kind of things. I am gonna grab some extra tickets because I think there are things you trade tickets for around here. And I think some of them allow you to get other tickets. I can't tell because I can't see them. Okay, 1 ticket per game with the obstacle course. So how does the obstacle course work? Reach the goal before the top left count hits 400. Directional key and duck with X to not get hit. Okay. I'm surprised I didn't get hit there. Oh, and it's 1 hit and it's over. Okay. Yeah, those things were padded anyway. It's fine. That said, that seems like a troublesome enough minigame that I'm not gonna bother to redo that. Because that duck is so slow. I'm sure you get something good for winning it. I just can't be bothered. What are you doing hanging out over here? Okay, you go be busy brooding in a corner, Rose. Do what you do best. What's wrong with this picture? Sure, I'm actually usually decent with those. See if they cheat, though. Armor, mittens, axe, wheel, dragon head, blows. Okay, the rug and everything down below there doesn't matter. The head changed. Okay, we guide the bird. The head definitely changed. I think the shield's different too. I just need to figure out how to get the bird to select the shield. There we go. The third thing, though. I wasn't watching this bottom left corner is the problem. I know the armor didn't change. The fireplace also didn't change, so it's either the broom or the books. I feel like the broom was there, so I'm gonna go with the books. There we go. Okay, so you triple your tickets when you succeed at that. So that's a little slow, but that's a pretty easy way to grind tickets. Dart is not good at mental puzzles. Is this crystal ball a thing at all yet? No, it just doesn't exist still. Makes you wonder if that's ever going to be a thing, considering it's too attention-grabbing for it to not be anything. Who is the man? Sure. I'll at least try all the games. I assume there's gonna be like a description and you gotta find the right one. Oh. Okay, so it's a shell game. No bird, no bird, no bird. Where's the bird gonna go? Middle guy. Okay. Still middle. It's either middle or left, but I'm pretty sure it's the middle. Because they tried to fake you out on the last one. Because you watch them bump into each other, but they didn't actually change position. That wasn't too bad a shell game. They could have made that much harder. I mean, it is all about watching movement, so I can see how he'd actually work well with that one. And of course, you can't have an array of games without the classic knock something over with a ball game. How does this one work? How is my targeting control? Ah, okay. And I can be hit too. Oh, one hit and you lose? Okay. To be fair, all the other games told you the rules and told you the controls. This one just went, fight the funny monkey. Let's try that again now that we know what to do here. The fact that there's no prizes, though, immediately took me out of interest in really dealing with this, but getting robbed right at the start also makes me want to fight back. Gotcha. Oh, I guess you have to hit him multiple times. We got him, but we got at the same time. Yeah, this game kind of sucks. It was what, like 8 shots to take out the one monkey? Nah. There's always one rigged game in these, and I think we found it. Something I need to worry about? Okay, it's just the usual thing for this time of day. Okay. Can I afford with how many tickets I have? I don't think we can afford even anything new, really. I wouldn't mind grinding up to get the healing rain, but with the speed that these games go at, I don't think it's worth sitting there and grinding that out. And I'm not that invested in getting a spirit potion or a total vanishing, particularly. So I think we'll just have thrown the 100 at gold away. Is it would take... At 3 tickets each, in order to get 60, we'd have to win 20 times at either the shell game or the what's wrong with this picture game. And while that would only take a minute or two each time, it would add up to be the better part of an hour just to get a healing rain, and I just don't think it's worth it. Because that, I presume, is a one-use item just like all the others are. So that seems not worthless, but not worth doing either. The exchange rate on that's just not great. Yeah, we had fun. We probably are already late, if we're being honest. Oh boy. Should we really walk that far away? You're trying real hard to set them up, but just let it happen, dude. You don't have to push this. Meanwhile, Dart, however, is quite dense about such things, so he's also not getting the point. Yeah, see, this is why I had chosen his revenge over Shauna when the previous question had come up. is I anticipated that this was going to be an answer he was going to give in a situation like this. Yeah, you know, he does have first-hand experience with finishing a revenge journey, so you'd think you should listen to him a little bit, but at the same time, everybody's revenge journey is a bit different. In Levitz's case, his father was betrayed, and arguably his nation too, but that's a bit more of an iffy stance to a certain degree, because that's less personal. Whereas Dart's hometown and parents were both destroyed. So the weighting is different there, but the general concept is still there. He's making a good point, though. You shouldn't chase the past too hard. The all or nothing deal that statements like that kind of give you is not quite right either. Because while you shouldn't be chasing the past hard, you should acknowledge the past as what it is and how it shapes what you are now. Because both are important parts of the person you end up being. I want to put them back in the order I had them. I don't know if that statement really makes sense, but I could go into a whole thing that makes it make more sense, but we'd be here all day, and I don't really want to go that deep into that. Because I haven't even fully figured that out for myself, if I'm honest. Our work here is done, so let's blow this popsicle stand and go find out what's going to happen next. Oh, what's happening next is happening now, apparently. Let me guess, they're being invaded? Judging from the things sticking out of this man's spinal column, I think that's exactly what's happening. Oh good, the king's been taken. That's... Oh great, we're going back to Helena prison. So I suppose that's the perfect way to get back both the prisoners that they lost, huh? Is where Lavitz goes, Dart goes, and where Dart goes, Shauna goes. So they draw all of them back because Lavitz is obviously going to go chase after the king. Well, that's one way to solve that problem. Yeah, no, we gotta think this through before we go flying off. Even though flying off and doing random shit's worked out for us before. He went there and came back that quick? Okay, so Bale is occupied, the king's been taken to Helena prison. Ah, he made an exchange, which, against a reasonable opponent that would work, but let's be real, we're dealing with evil empire shenanigans right now, so it's unlikely that they're going to fully play ball with an agreement like that. To be fair, you didn't even defeat the dragon by yourself, so running off alone wouldn't have accomplished anything anyway. You need the team. Yeah, you are committed at this point. "20 years is a long time." Damn it, old man. Off we go again. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of wounded to fix there, Doc. There's gonna be a mess. Unless the doctor's also a spy, which wouldn't be the first time. Now... Oh yeah, he is actually on the team, What do you got going on, old man? Iron knuckle, armlet, disable vest, iron knee piece, and a bracelet. Attack 20, attack 57, defense 49, magic attack 46. He's really good. But I don't know if he's sticking around. Any fancy techniques? Just double punch. Okay. You would think somebody who's been on a journey this long would have more techniques than just punch someone twice. But what do I know? I could rotate him in for a bit, though, see how he goes. I guess he would actually take Rose's spot temporarily, because I want to get Lavit's Dragoon level. As useful as Rose is, she's also the strongest member of the team right now, so she doesn't really need the frontline time as much. And as we established, people gain levels and everything when they're in the back line anyway. But it's time for everything to come full circle. We're going back to prison. Because I assume during the downtime, everybody got healed and everything, so we don't need to worry about that. Oh, we actually have a whole, like, side road we can take to get around everything we had went through already. Perfect. At least that makes for a short path. The pumped up strongman's just hanging out here. Too early. I'm so used to those being quick timings.
Double punch.
His voice is way higher than you would expect, but at the same time, they do that a lot with the old men. That is a voice that fits, just not the voice I expected. Yeah, there's the prison right there. Let's save here first, just in case we get sucked into an event as soon as we walk in there. In this way, if it goes horribly wrong once we run in there, we don't have to redo the entire, or like, side sequence. And I assume we're not going to worry about getting on a cart and sneaking in anymore. We're just going to bust through the front gate. Oh yeah, they just left the bridge down. This totally doesn't seem like a trap at all. God damn it, Lavitz. I mean, I guess that'll allow him to lower the bridge for us. But you know, if we had just been a little quicker on our feet, he wouldn't even have to have lowered the bridge. We could have left it up to keep them trapped in with us. I guess they're gonna burn him in the center of that fire, huh? Yeah, that's not a surprise that he's ignoring orders. In case you haven't picked up on it, this guy's not really doing what he's told. He's doing what he wants. We're back. We beat you once, we're gonna beat you again. Well, you better hope that sun comes up fast, because you are on a timer now, buddy. Yeah, of course, Why do you keep auto-selecting Shauna back in, though? Like, yes, she's useful, but don't mess with my character order, damn it. Sup? I'm gonna beat you up. Let's see if these guys are any stronger than they were before, or if they're just gonna be roadblocks and speed bumps. Now there is senior wardens just running around now. And they do hit harder, so I guess they leveled up. Still the same labels, but they've just leveled up to match what they should be capable of, I suppose. As we'll show them what we can do. And keep leveling Lavit's Dragoon form up. Arguably, I should be doing the same for Shauna, but I want to show off the new character as well, so kind of a 6 of one, half dozen of the other there, you know? And Shauna is massively underleveled. So I would prefer for her to gain some free experience in the back line to get caught up a little bit first. But I may just switch her back in a minute here anyway, since we can freely swap. But again, probably not going to use her long term is the other thing. So I have no idea. I don't think we get to keep Herschel, but Herschel. I'm going to keep getting that wrong.
Burning rush.
I don't know if he sticks around past this point anyway. You would think he probably will, but there's no guarantee of that. I don't remember him as a playable character. My memory, of course, has been known to be wrong about things before. Yes, we will never make it to the top floor alive, because people like you have been doing a great job of stopping us. Yeah, you know what? Let's give Shauna's Dragoon form some screen time. I know I'm going back and forth on exactly what I just said, but it's also fitting to go full circle completely and bring the exact same 3 we used in here back in.
Yes. Burning rush.
Too early again because counter timing threw me off. Yeah, because you'll notice she hasn't really changed at all in her base gameplay. Which is the other thing, it's just not that interesting to occasionally just go twang, I shoot bow at you. Combine that with her kind of fragile setup, and it's just doesn't really do anything for me. And I'd relegate her back to just using items, but remember, you don't generate SP if you use items, so I'm just stuck in an awkward position on that one. Okay, one after the long one is fast. We will get that attack to land eventually. There we go, her meter's full now.
Yes. Burning rush.
They really want her dead. Which is funny considering their orders when we were here last were to keep her alive. Just go full magical girl with that. Okay, sure. Oh, right, it's a revive and recover. For some reason, I thought she had a more basic heal first, and then she gained one that did something like this. Huh. Let's see how good her attack is. Oh wow, she doesn't even have the timed mechanic for that. She just shoots an arrow. I'm now remembering more and more why I just never really used her. Hey, Yura, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today?
Yes.
You're just in time for us to be back in prison.
Burning rush.
Hopefully y'all had a good time today. Ah, okay. So basically par for the course in either direction. Okay, now that I've shown Shauna's Dragoon form off, back to somebody who does more than that. So, remember, she is underleveled as well, so her damage output is not the issue there. Hello, guard. I'm going to punch you in the face. Yeah, to quickly catch up everybody that came in, everyone in our party, other than the old man, has the capacity to turn into a Dragoon now. Shauna was poisoned briefly because we went into a forest where a dragon lived to go kill the dragon. By fusing her soul with the Dragoon spirit we found for her, that's what cured the poison. Lavitz had to kill off someone who betrayed his whole family and his whole country in order to get his, and there you go. That basically brings you up to the current point. The king is also in this prison, which is why we're here. Is while we were away, of course the town was attacked and everything went horribly wrong.
Burning rush.
Because that's just how that works. Nope, too early again. And mind you, that is an exceptionally shortened version of the events, but those are the main points.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we also fought in an arena and came second place because we couldn't even hit the opponent. That defeated us. That was another important note. And they talked a whole bunch about fate and what the future has in store for us and everything, so we're probably gonna run into them again somewhere. You know, one of those mysterious wanderer types that you just can't get rid of. Went the wrong way for this chest again. How do I get to that chest? More importantly, do I care to get to that chest? I mean, it might have something good in it. And again, all the chests in here might have also restocked, so I should probably go through everything in here. Why is there a bunch of ooh and ah happening? Did I even go this way last time? This doesn't feel familiar. Or was this how I got... No, because I took a different elevator to get where we were going before. Because it was in the blue room. I think I just completely forgot to go this way last time. Yeah, we don't want to go all the way to the top, because that's where they have the king getting ready to cook him in an open fire. Huh. Before we get in that one, let's go to the farthest one first. Because that just makes sense. Oh, there's a chest caught between the fingers of that thing over there, so that's interesting. Brings us to this chest. Pandemonium. I'm gonna do rain pandas on them. It's not irregular usable, so it's either an attack item or an equipment item. Minor enemy only attack one ally per 3 turns. Meh. I don't particularly care about minor enemy taunt. We're just gonna throw that away. If that worked on bosses and things, I'd be a lot more interested in that. But if it only works on, like, your basic run-of-the-mill encounter enemies, that's kind of worthless. At least from where I stand. This, I presume, will bring us up to where that chest between the claws is. Not quite. Brings us up here. Brings us to this one. Thunderbolt, that's at least an attack item, presumably, so we'll keep that. I do have a fast forward setup. I might start fast forwarding these elevators if we do too many of them. It's a neat idea to have all these elevators, but it really starts to feel like they have no respect for your time once too many of them happen. I think these are items from when we were here originally. Based on that leather armor, I feel like this was just from when we were here before. His leather armor is what... I think Dart had leather armor to start the game. So it's kind of weird to get that now. How do I get to that one that's down there? I would have expected there to be like a jump down prompt or something here. Maybe I get there from the other one? I mean, the rope on this elevator here goes up to it. Pretty much. So maybe there's just something... Yeah, we didn't go upstairs on this one yet. But there was no prompt to jump off to grab that chest or anything, so who knows. Oh wait, didn't we end up here at some point? Oh no, this is the bridge we saw the cutscene on all that time ago. Where the warden slapped one of his own guys off the bridge after he was told what we were doing. Yeah, because this was all blocked off by guards. Speaking of, oh no, so many guards. Of course it was an ambush. We're gonna get dropped in the hole. You didn't realize standing specifically in a square formation on a grate wasn't a good idea, huh? Hey, there's loot down here, though. You really need to learn to work on your landing, Shauna. Landing back first in a hole is never a good idea. I mean, he's right. It is our own fault for walking into an obvious trap. Well, you should feel something's wrong because there's a monster down here. We were told about it before. We can also just hear it. Yeah, it's presumably our way out is through that gap. What does the sachet do? No, it's actually not a healing consumable. Gives subtle good aroma. I see. That seems very incredibly helpful, and by that I mean I have no idea why I would want that. Aha, I found the spot. Yeah. To be fair, we're the uninvited guests. We just kind of dropped in. So that's the monster, huh? Django. If we put him to sleep, we can beat him easily. How do you know that? And can we put him to sleep? Oh, is that what the sachet's for, is putting him to sleep? Yeah, it worked. He's out cold. Well, we know what to do now. Fuck him up. We don't have any MP, which is unfortunate, but it's fine. Only 58, huh? That's less than ideal. Oh, I pressed the button. Come on. I think I might have actually been too early on that last one, which is annoying. There we go. I was literally hitting right a millisecond after I was supposed to for the perfect that entire time. Like the frame after.
Double punch.
Oh, Lavitz, you may as well Dragoon up as well. Wing Blaster's probably not going to help here. Nope, I botched the last one slightly again. He actually did more damage than Dart did, though. I think he's still sleeping. He's still sleeping and still at blue health, which makes me very upset.
Double punch.
And I wish I didn't have Hashel for this, if I'm honest. He's only doing 30 with double punch. Wow, that hits hard. Okay, that's concerning. I disagree with that not being the correct timing.
Yes. Burning rush.
Yeah, then again, everybody's combos are only doing that, so...
Double punch.
Maybe he's not doing that little, it's just he can't Dragoon, so he doesn't have that advantage. You know, I expected a hit like that to do a lot more damage.
Double punch.
Don't immediately go back into Dragoon.
Yes. Burning rush.
He's getting 75 per Burning Rush, though, so it makes sense that he's charging fast. Because we've leveled Burning Rush a bit. Oh, come on! I hit it when it blinked. Come on! I keep getting so close and then just not quite landing it. Howdy, Pazzy. How's it going? I'm just getting robbed right now. Don't mind me.
Double punch.
Good. He's fine. Glad to hear it. And switch to Dragoon form because we got 2 turns of it now. Still no magic to throw at him, but that's fine. This thing's still got blue health. That is upsetting. And I went too early that time. That one was my fault. Still does more than the regular combos, though, so it'll still be worth it. We'll wait till Hashel's next turn to heal. Yeah, because I figured he was going to do another one of these. And Hashel does the least amount of damage as long as I land the timing, so... half health for everybody. So it'll be another good, like, 3 or 4 of his hits before I have to worry about anything. Okay, he's finally in yellow. Nope. I got 4 this time, but still not that 5th one. That 5th one's a pain to land. 58's not bad, though. I'll take it. Because part of the problem with that 5th one is it's easy to get in your own head when you get to that point because you've done so many rotations by that time. So you start second-guessing the timing.
Double punch.
It's just orange goo. It's weird lighting. Besides, he's the Fire Dragoon. I'm sure he could stand in lava at this point. He'll probably be okay. Maybe he even likes it. Ah. Robbed again. Rigged, robbed, shenanigans. Yeah, you know. Look at this thing. I'm sure it's made orange things before. Hashel, your health is not looking good. Do I care about fixing it, though? Answer is no. You have high magic attack. Just start throwing items at him. Button mash and go! Ah, almost 200%. Yeah, that's doing way more damage. Should have been throwing those for him to begin with. We don't have another AoE heal, and neither of the healing Dragoons are on this rotation because I was showing off Hashel. Really should have switched the team around before I triggered this fight, but it's fine. Yeah, it's already down to red health after that attack, so we're fine. Just commit. Come on. Keep being just a frame away.
Yes. Burning rush.
We're gonna throw another item just to be on the safe side here. Because another 100 plus damage hit should guarantee the kill. And these things are only 10 gold a piece to buy anyway. No, that didn't kill it? Really? Well, Hashel's down, but that's fine. There's no way it has that much more health left. Would help if I didn't botch the timing there, but, you know. Time for the other insurance policy. If I die the first time because I'm greeting this, I accept this. But by rights, this thing should be dead. It was in red health and I did over 100. Just die, damn you. Confusion breath, huh? Interesting. Okay, Dart tried to run, which was an interesting reaction there. Even if he does his strongest attack, Lavitz will survive. Greed is good. Greed is good. There it is. Knowledge of the Greed would work out. Nothing to be afraid of at all. Oh, we got the sachet back, too. There we go, levels all around. Nothing to fear at all. So honestly, the sachet's just a single target sleep. I don't even know if it's gonna work on anything after this, but presumably since we got it back, it has a purpose. Yeah, you know what's great for getting rid of rocks? Throwing large monsters at it. I'm assuming she feels bad about killing the monster. Ow. Camaraderie moment. I mean, they can, and just... it's different sometimes. Yeah, there's a disconnect there still between the two. Okay, good, I did get control back. I was worried it was gonna just chuck me straight into the next fight, which was gonna be a problem. Okay, old man, you've had your time in the light. Bring back Rose so we can have at least some variety of healing available to us. Even if it's life drain healing. And then heal the other two back up a bit. I think the people in the back line do get reduced experience, but that's fine. As demonstrated, I'm just not that enthused about using Shanna anyway. No matter how powerful her healing is, she just doesn't do much on the field otherwise.
Yes.
I timed that one wrong. That's fine. These guys aren't much of a threat. You do have your Dragoon charged. So we'll go ahead and use that to use the life drain to finish topping everybody up. Give me your health. You don't need it anymore. Or at least you won't in a minute.
Astral Drain.
And you sold your soul a long time ago working with this lot anyway. So you don't have to worry about that either. Ta-da! You know what? Go ahead and Dragoon just so you work on getting to level 2 Dragoon. Feels like a waste against this guy, but it's fine. Especially when I rush it that badly. Because it won't even kill. But it's fine. Like I said, the entire point there was to get him more times having transformed to hopefully get him in that second meter for just like everybody else. Yeah, go ahead, throw fire at him, the guy who has the thing that cuts fire damage in half.
Yes. Burning rush.
Nice and clean. Ooh, Morningstar. I don't actually know who could equip that. If it's a polearm hammer like those guys were holding, it probably is a Lavitz weapon. It isn't. It's not your weapon either. It's not a weapon anyone I have can use. Huh. Interesting. That's probably a hint. Because remember, in any game, if you start getting stuff that no one can use, you're getting someone new soon. But I don't remember getting another character at this point, but my memory gets... it's foggier at this point, because I didn't redo this as many times. Nope, you ain't countering. No counters for you. I don't care if I messed up the rest of it, you're not getting to counter me. We're doing alright on health, so there's no point in burning Dragoon right now. As I botch the timing. You may not be able to tell, but I'm doing a bunch of internal calculations right now, which is what was throwing some of that timing. And then they set everything on fire. Really wasn't worth setting everything on fire. It really wasn't a very impressive fire. Real shame, that one. It's tempting to show them a better one, but it'd be a waste of resources. Ah. That timing really is strict on that one.
Burning rush.
But, hey, it took a few tries, but we're getting to that next one every time. So, we'll get that last one eventually. I do want to see what level Burning Rush is up to at this point. Yeah, level 4. That's what I thought, and it's about to hit level 5, which is why it gives so much SP now. Unfortunately, Gust of Wind Dance still hasn't even been completed successfully yet, so it's got no points. Same reason why Rod Typhoon's gone nowhere. Whip Smack has gained a few levels. Really just need to get her next move. I'm pretty sure her next one's better. Oh, hooray, a healing potion. To be fair, I do need more of those, but infinitely less exciting than the other options could be. Hi guys, how you doing? I'm about to kill all you. Yeah, we beat the monster. You gonna run away? No, you're not gonna run away. You'd be smarter to run, though. I know your boss would kill you, too, but, you know. You'd at least have higher odds of outrunning your boss. He's kind of big. Besides, you could be miles away before he even realizes you gave up and ran away. And he's probably not gonna survive fighting me, anyway. Just saying, you got decent odds of getting out of this situation alive. Okay, you had your chance. You've chosen to throw fire at me. You have chosen death. No one can say I didn't try.
Whip smack.
I wonder if they're ever going to realize that these aren't very effective. Especially since they don't charge them up.
Yes. Burning rush.
If I used the level 2 Dragoon every time I got it charged for Dart, he probably would have level 3 Dragoon by now. But I keep being lazy and just attacking. Because at the rate he's charging SP, he definitely would have it a bunch already. Do I want to go the other way or do I chase that guy? Like, obviously for plot I want to go the other way. But I think we might be able to scoop up an item or two going this way. Because this leads back to where we were in the past. No, there'd be no point to going here. The other side is going to be where the boss fight is going to be. Oh, and that respawn dude's in here. That's not the worst thing. Actually, there would be one reason to go back, and that is to go down the elevator and touch the save point. Because I don't know if they're going to give me a save point up ahead. Except the elevator's not here, so never mind. It's down there and I can't reach it. I thought I saw that, but I wanted to check. Hey you, I'm gonna beat you up. But I may as well take all these guards out, get a little bit of extra experience along the way. Since these guys are just genuinely just chumps. Not that they're worth a ton either, but... most things are worth the same amount of experience as far as the additional attacks go, I do believe, so. I think it's per successful usage of it that they level up, so.
Yes. Burning rush.
We will go ahead and have you drain health again. I know that means Whip Smack doesn't keep gaining levels, but honestly, I don't know if Whip Smack's ever going to become a great attack in terms of damage. It's just decent at generating SP. And a very easy attack to use. So he's definitely gonna die, we'll get healed, and then we'll get rid of the other guy. I might even just life drain the other guy if it comes around to her turn again before he's gone. Or, you know, she just gets 2 turns in a row and the game's just like, yeah, you know what, I like that idea, do that. Oh, turn order. You'll never make any sense in this game. It probably does have a calculation that makes it make sense, because there is a disparity in the speed between these characters, and they do gain speed when they go into Dragoon form, I think. But it's funnier for me to just not think about it and just be confused whenever whoever's turn happens. But hey, full health and they're dead now. Hey, I killed your friend. Oh no, he's gonna get me. Ah. You know, I wonder if he'd realize he should just stop or turn around and he'd catch me. He doesn't seem to be figuring that out. He is cutting the corners, or trying to, so he's that smart. He's just not smart enough to understand that I'm literally just running in circles. Whee! Whee! Can I make a more complicated pattern and get away with it? The answer is I can figure 8 him, apparently, and get away with that. So that's a thing. Woo, woo, woo. Okay, I've had my fun. I just can't resist messing with the chase AI like that. They just can't handle completing a basic chase successfully. I thought I had it that time, because I changed the timing. Y'all can't tell because you can't see when I'm doing the inputs, but I am subtly changing the input as best I can each time. You know what, fine, we'll go ahead and turn into a Dragoon. Give him credit for Dragoon form. See if he can one-shot this guy. Which these guys probably have no idea what's happening with these Dragoon forms, considering we didn't have this when we were here last. And I doubt that word of this would have been passed down the line far enough to get to these guys. As far as they can tell, we just suddenly sprouted wings and new armor and started floating around. It's very confusing. Well, I fucked that up, but he's probably still gonna die. Yeah, still does 50. I'm still not 100% sure what the rules for the Dragoon levels are. At some point I'll care enough to look it up. It just hasn't happened yet. Do I want to do anything before we go in that door? Feel like restoring some MP might be a good idea. But I do only have the 2. But I do only need the 2, so it's fine. Because I think we get into the higher points here. There's obviously gonna be more guards. But I think it's only a room or 2 away from where the last time we had the boss fight was. Actually, no. No, we didn't even get up this far before. Or because we turned around to free Shana last time. We were here. Foul fighters instead of assassin cocks. Okay. And yes, that's actually what they were called before anybody's like, what are you talking about? The previous version of that enemy literally was just called that. These things are also not that strong. I feel like they could have had these be earlier in this place and it would have been about the same.
Whip smack.
Yeah, it did survive a 98 damage hit. So it's got at least over 100 hit points, unless it specifically happens to have 99. No, it does have a fear move. That's annoying. Ah, wow, 172 though. But for those that don't know, fear makes everything take double damage, give or take. So that's why he did that much damage there.
Whip smack.
Go ahead, put some fear in that guy too. Brilliant move there. Target the guy who isn't afflicted with fear so that you don't do any damage. Like, the only way he would have even hurt at all would have been to hit Dart. But I suppose I should be thankful the AI is not smart enough to capitalize on such things. Otherwise, I'd have a much harder time. Because we really have just been kind of la-la-laing our way to victory through this game. I've not been really putting forth any effort so far. The closest to putting in effort was that last boss fight against the beast in the basement. I actually had to try there a little bit. But I anticipate the fights coming up are probably going to get a lot harder based on how strong that thing was. Healing would be a good idea, though. Could also just Death Dimension. Oh, but if I'm trying to save my MP for the boss, though... Eh... It's like saving Dragoon time for the boss is not an issue. Saving items and mana for it is a little bit more of an issue. Because we can't really get those back as easily. Because we don't have a shopkeeper in here this time.
Burning rush.
So the merchant cart did come in, so maybe the merchant is in here somewhere and I just don't know where. That's why there was one more hit. I got excited because I hit it and I'm like, yes, I did the thing. And then I saw the last input appear too late. I'm a genius. Oh no.
Whip smack.
Yes. Burning rush.
I think fear is also reducing his damage. Still not targeting the one who's afflicted with fear, so still wasting resources. Oh, she did take 40 from that, so maybe they did hit the right target. Dang it. That attack does a lot of damage, though, the further along you get, but it's also like a 6 or 7 hit attack, so that makes sense. Oh, hey, a Mind Purifier to get rid of that fear. That's convenient. Goodies. Broadsword. Spear. Isn't the spear what he started with? 20G. Pretty sure plain old ordinary spear is what he started with. Yeah, that's worse. Why is that there? And again, the broadsword is also... Why are these here? Like, yes, we're technically in a lower level area because the plot has taken us to a lower level area, but, like, why are you giving me garbage? Sad. I assume this is the top of the prison from the look of it. You better start that fire fast. The one with silver hair. So he's supposed to be, I guess, maybe waiting for Lloyd then. Lloyd's the only one we've encountered that has silver hair. Ta-da! You shouldn't have waited so long. You lost to us before when we were a lot weaker and there was barely even 3 of us. What makes you think you're gonna win this time? Because we trounced you easily, but oh, you've got friends. Okay, you know what? That's a good starting point. You have Guftus and Rodriguez. I feel like the bird's gonna be the more annoying one.
Whip smack.
Also, the helmet's not even properly attached to that dog's head. Since I can't unsee it, now everyone has to deal with that. Now might be a good time for Levitz's AoE magic. We'll probably do Explosion as well, because, you know, we got 3 targets, we may as well use our AoEs. Just makes sense.
Wind Blaster!
It's also interesting that Lavitz ends up with a headband like Dart has when he transforms. Just all those things come back around somehow. Explosion. The solution to all problems.
Explosion!
Kill them all.
Exactly, Kurt, exactly. That's the plan. Yeah, that did okay. Not as much as I'd hoped, but we have enough mana to do it again on Dart's next turn. Oh, he's gonna power up though, so it's not gonna hit him as hard. Oh yeah, I guess you finally get to have turns, huh? I mean, we could just keep on with you not having turns. They're all still in blue health, which is upsetting. I want you to keep generating SP because I need you to be ready to heal. Okay, she's got a turn of Dragoon available now. Lavitz kind of sucks with items, but I might still have him throw down one of the AoE items that we have. Nah. We'll see how well he does just hitting it first. 68? No, he'll just go ahead and keep hitting. That'll be fine. And I'm not worried about using up all of Dart's Dragoon turns on Explosion because he can recharge his Dragoon form fast, so not too worried about that. Something I need to keep in mind, though, is that changing into a Dragoon does not refill your health. A lot of games with transformations will heal you when you use them. This one doesn't. I need to keep that in mind, because that's what almost swindled me earlier. That and my own assumptions about how the health was.
Rodriguez! Attack!
Oh, look at you with actual audio commands. Well, hi, Rose. That actually hits decently hard.
Eat this!
I'm glad to be getting rid of that bird. Wah! Okay, glad I have a healing ability available already. That rock hits really hard, but he is powered up right now, so that does make sense. Now, the only question on my mind is, do I finish Rodriguez off with that, or do I go for Frugal himself? No, just finish the bird off so he can't do the pick up and drop move again. So that means if he does his command move again, he'll just command the dog. The other reason for the debate is, if I keep the bird there, he'll spend turns commanding the bird instead of throwing rocks, theoretically. But I think she'll do more damage to the bird. That was a decent heal, and there's one enemy off the board, so that's not bad. I just wish she had had enough charge for 2 turns of that, but it's fine. We can make it work as we still have healing potions. I'm arguing with myself between just focusing Frugal down and dealing with Guftus, but I think I'm better off because we can wait out the power-up that Frugal used. Because we are going to do significantly less damage while he's powered up. And when I botch timing, I'll definitely do a lot less damage. Owie, it's hard though. She can survive another hit though, so start generating SP.
Whip smack.
You have Dragoon form up, but hold that for the second, because yeah, you should be able to finish this off without it.
Burning rush.
Not quite. Okay, that's a problem. But he generated a whole second bar. You go ahead and finish Guftus off then. Really?
Whip smack.
Okay, red health's just a lie. Understood. Because it is percentage based. I went too early on that last one again. Because I told you all this when I was playing last week. But I don't always follow the squares that are popping up. I follow the impact of the hits. So on a move like that, the spear swing comes down long before the square closes. And that's what's messing that one up for me. But it's 3-on-1 now, so we at the very least have the action economy advantage. Let's just see what I can end up doing with it. We've certainly got plenty of reason to kill this man, considering he's the one who ordered the burning of Dart and Shauna's hometown, which thankfully got better, or presumably, based on what was discussed, but it hasn't all gotten better yet. See, that's the funny thing there, Ash, is it's a lot less forgotten than you might think, because people were coming out of the woodwork to talk about this when I brought it up. But I do agree that I wish it would at least get remade or something. But it really depends on if the... Because I presume the original team probably is not really around anymore. Is it was a... I think it was a Sony team somewhere buried in the mess. Forget exactly off the top of my head right now. And yeah, the lance combos are arguably the hardest ones in the game, because the timing is just slightly funky with them.
Eat this!
There goes another big rock. I'm glad I healed Levitz, because I had a feeling he was going to get targeted again. Yeah, Frugal still has blue health, so that's upsetting. Ah, too late that time. Like, the one thing I'll give myself for this is I do always know when where my timing lands incorrect. It's just a matter of adjusting my timing to fix it, is where the issue comes in. Go ahead and steal some health. Yeah, the fact that so many people like this is how this ended up winning the poll when I asked what people wanted for the 600 follow special. It was like a 4-to-1 ratio, pretty much, as far as votes go. The VA work is mostly good. There's a few lines that just don't land. But I'm not going to blame the VA. I think that's VA, the director's fault for how some of the lines land, more than the actual voice actors.
Whip smack.
And, you know, I'm sure some of it's the equipment of the time failing them a little bit as well.
Yes. Burning rush.
Oh, there was one more still. God damn. There we go. Fitting, though, that we got the last attack with Lavitz and then it immediately followed suit. There we go. Still not a single lost fight. But it doesn't matter, the king dies anyway. Shiny magic ball. Oh hey, he's not dead. He just had a gem extracted from his chest. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna matter. Yeah, that seems like a problem. And that's why you don't do big fancy diving attacks, because all somebody has to do is point a sword at you. Look, it's Lloyd. I don't know if this is... That's something that was bugging me. I don't remember if the cutscenes were voice acted or not. But at the very least, it seems to be... If it was voice acted, it's bugging out and not doing the voice work there. I genuinely don't remember whether it was or not. Yeah, exactly. That's what was bugging me with that, is I couldn't remember if they were or weren't, and it feels weird that they aren't. Considering there's voice acting work that exists in the game for all the battle voices. So you would think at least scenes like this would be voice acted. But I don't know if there just wasn't room on the disc to fit it, or if they just didn't have enough time or what to do so. Yeah. Lavitt's part in this is over. Yeah, exactly. Look at it this way, we don't have to worry about Lavitz's combos anymore. There we go, we got more and more for Rose. Welcome in, so Alyssa, how you doing? I feel that. And yeah, this is definitely a scene that would stick for people. Seeing it, I remembered it immediately afterwards. Oh, I saw. And you know, Lloyd did warn us that we'd be meeting again. He also did warn Lavitz that he had no chance of beating him. And lo and behold, he was right. Lavitz stood no chance. Mm-hmm. Which is understandable under the circumstances. He thought his king was dead. He saw another betrayer essentially in front of him from his perspective. It was a lot. You know, even though we had no idea what Lloyd's allegiances were to begin with. Yeah. Careful explaining that thought. Just remember that we are in no spoiler territory here, but yes, I do know what you're talking about. Yeah. I'm just throwing that down as a clarifier ahead of time. I know. That's why I didn't do anything about it, just reminding people now and then is important. Yeah, that checks. This lot being people he could count on and to be friends. Yeah, that also checks for Shauna's dialogue there, Yura. She is a whole thing. To be fair, I don't think most people use Shauna. She's just kind of here. And yeah, the whole moment of Albert accepting things that are happening here and acknowledging how good Lavitz was. And there's the reveal of what that weapon is. Yeah, I don't think you could have stopped Lavitz, Rose, even if you wanted to. Good thought, but no. And anything that could kill dragons will do a great job against dragoons. Yeah. That's fair. And her healing is very good. I just find her mechanically uninteresting. Like, she's just kind of Hey, I shoot arrow. Hey, I shoot arrow again. I eventually unlock Dragoon form, and then I can heal. And then, yeah. Let me go ahead and switch you over to this. Not my first time playing, but it'll be my first time completing the game. Because every time I had played it before, something either came up or I got distracted or any number of things prevented me from finishing the game. Once we get off disc 1, my memory of the game is going to be basically gone. Because I touched on disc 2 very slightly the longest time I had played the game, and that was more than 10 years ago. Which is the other reason for no spoiling things. In addition to ruining it for others, I don't actually know everything. I did think that... For some reason, I thought Albert had different moves than Lavitz did. And that's why I said we didn't have to deal with the moves anymore. I knew he was a spear user, but I thought he got a different set of additions, even though he was using a spear. Well, hello, new Lavitz. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, he's still getting put in the party over Shauna, though. Is even without being able to complete those attacks, he'll still do more damage. I would bounce around more, but Haschel doesn't have a Dragoon form currently, and Shauna is Shauna, so I kind of just have these three to work with. Yeah, that's fair. I could see how a split like that would line up. Okay, and you already upgraded to Lavitz's armor. That is a nice thing they did, is just giving him all of Lavitz's gear, so that you don't have to sit there and re-gear him, like a lot of games would. That's a good question. Albert might not even have been aware of the gem that was in him. We'll figure that out later, whether it is or isn't. Exactly. New character, who dis? Is a big problem a lot of the time. Even when you get a character back in a lot of games, they won't even give you the gear they had before. They'll just give you some random nonsense that they think you should have. It can be really frustrating sometimes. I mean, both are correct. Yeah, we do kind of need to save the whole nation of Basel, otherwise it's gonna fall apart. Yeah, you should probably tell us. It's kind of important. We're also your only hope. Yeah, that's a good way to sum up what she's got going on. Cryptic's a good word. Yep, music while they unroll a lot of plot. Yeah, business as usual. Big, secret, powerful magic artifact. We gotta separate them or bad things happen. But let's jam them in powerful people, because that's only going to lead to good things. Totally won't end up being a matter of those powerful people are gonna fight over the other one's gems or anything. Yeah, and Lloyd played both sides for suckers. Oh, absolutely not. It's kind of like sealing an ancient evil. Definitely no problem at all. No one, generations from now, will have to deal with it. No, no. Yeah, that makes sense. Even when I played when I was younger, I believe I genuinely kept primarily Dart and Rose and then shuffled things around. Things always end up being my problem. Somehow they always get dropped in my lap. Curse this whole being the player character thing. Dart is right, it's not over yet. It has plenty of room to get worse before it's over. That is a fair point, though. No castle is kind of a problem, and no army also a problem. We are kind of stronger than an entire army to a certain degree, aside from the fact there's only so many of us. But you know, if he hadn't ended up with a Dragoon gem, I would almost say, as a king, he ceases being relevant. Look, our shiny main character gems. Bling, 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 bling. Yeah, I don't know if going straight to the heart like that's a good idea, but it's not the worst idea we have. And of course, all these reckless idiots are like, hell yeah, let's go fuck them up. Oh, that... You know, learning from Lavitz does explain why all the techniques are the same. Okay. I forgot if they had actually addressed that, or if they just went, yeah, they learned from the same people. Which technically is the same thing either way. Yes, this is the composition I want, game. Stop questioning me. That is also true. Look at this, though. Look at this place. Kind of screams Evil Empire. Yee. That is true. The prison falling doesn't matter. Of course. Just no, my schemes are my own. Don't you worry about that. I feel like a lot of people would be saying the exact same thing there, Solus. I can only imagine the fan art of Lloyd out there is probably a thing as well. Very specific red fire there. Oh, you shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have said that at all. No, 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 no. No one should ever say the phrase, nobody can stop me, because that immediately precedes them being stopped by someone. You kind of did that already. Yeah, exactly. Words went in one ear, out the other, immediately throws down the death flag at his own feet instead. Incredible decision making. I wonder if he realizes. Nah, probably not. Like, the whole Evil Empire thing kind of already comes part and parcel with selling your soul to the devil. Yeah, I'm sure there's some guards out there that just immediately see the red flags going off and are like, eh, you know what? Desertion doesn't seem like such a bad idea. We're still more likely to live. And I'm sure half the staff of Helena prison left after the last time Frugal threw somebody off the bridge. Kind of realize that the health insurance and the dental ain't worth it when you get chucked off bridges. Yeah, kind of. You know, I have to imagine that Cape must get in Albert's way all the time. Yep, the assassin cock is here. And dies instantly. Yeah, no, it's just called assassin cock. That is exactly what it says on there. Totally. Ah, I see, you drink too much and that's how you die. I see, it all makes sense. Flawless logic, no questions here, no notes. You would think these things just wouldn't even bother spawning, considering they have no chance. And I could drink a charm bottle to not have to deal with this, but it's one turn of combat. I don't really care. Pretty much. Instant reaction. To be fair, I've seen numerous chickens whose immediate reaction would definitely be that. Just go straight for the eyes. I think we just go straight down and then we can go where I want to go. Or was I supposed to go the other way? Actually, I think I was supposed to go out the other end. Yeah, I was supposed to go out the other end of town, I think. I don't remember running into it. I did the cave last session, if you mean the first cave you go into. If you mean the dragon nest, I also didn't run into it in there. Because both of those would be caves. Yeah, I think I went out of town the wrong way. Okay. Yeah, probably can't hear. I don't know why they popped you out of town on the side they did if we do have to go the other way. It'd be a little silly. And I could further snooze the ad, but at this point, I doubt we're gonna be going long enough to get another ad, because we're already 5 hours in. I may cut it after we get to the castle. Depends on how I feel by the time we get there. Because while I do want to get through this reasonably quickly, I also don't want to overdo it. Oh no, 1 damage from the Berserk Mouse. His timing is a little different. Thank you for the free healing potion. Also, getting to the castle and cutting it there would be a good cliffhanger anyway.
Yes. Burning rush.
That's just so overkill for these things. Speaking of overkill, I was gonna try to make the move happen, but I timed it wrong. But hey, I'll keep taking these free healing potions. I totally didn't run back and forth through here just to get the healing potions. Which, actually, in other games I absolutely would. In this, they're cheap as anything. I wouldn't bother. Yeah, we might actually be intended to come out the other end of Celis. Because I don't... Yeah, because we want to go to the castle. My reflex was to go back to Bale to save that first. Ignoring the fact that their idea was to do the opposite. And go charging off in the battle instead of any kind of backfill. Welcome back. So, I think I can't actually come out the other end of Celis, so no, I think I was going the right way the first time. There's just a slight bit of lack of clarity as to what direction they want you going. Because obviously we know where we're supposed to end up, just getting there is the question mark. Yeah, like I said, I hadn't run into any mutant frogs. I'm supposed to go north? That checks out. And again, there is that other path coming out the back of Celis, though. So there would have to be a way to get to that path, right? I may be chasing nothing this year, but it's bugging me that there's that other path coming out of the back of the town. But then why would they put you out front of town on the normal side? I'm gonna look at the map again once we get out of this fight. Because this could easily be a scenario where I'm overthinking things here. For this one, yeah, go for it, because we'll be wasting a lot of time. Because we have two paths out of the forest as well. So I might be supposed to go up to the plains up north. But there's also the immediate border path from Celis that's bugging me. Like, it would have to be one of the two. I don't think we can get back to that forest scene in particular, but judging from the fact that there's a path there, I think I was supposed to just take that left out of the... Oh, if you go into that path on the right there, you're just locked? Is that what you're saying? I mean, that path on the right, rather? Ah, okay. So it's kind of there because it map-wise makes sense and then it wasn't followed up on, more or less. Okay. So I probably do just need to take that other path in the forest, then. You would think, though, they would just let you skip through the forest since there's no point in dealing with anything in here. Yeah. I was only pursuing it because it would make sense as the shorter path into the other area. Well, see, just being me means I was going to go fiddle with that as much as I can. Because that's what I do, is I go fiddle with the breakable, broken things. I mean, that is tempting. This is the correct bait. Squirrel.
Yes.
Could you imagine if that squirrel was actually relevant? Like somehow that squirrel just transformed into a spy or something? Just, aha! I was watching you in the squirrel form the entire time. Get assassinated. Aha! Trust not the small animals and small birds. Anyone could be using them as spies. Because this is the exit that leads me this way. I see no problems with either of these statements. Oh yeah, no, this game's got some good songs in it. Just, you know, sometimes you don't get to hear some of these for long. I don't know if I have a favorite out of these. I think there was at least one unique one in the shrine, yeah. I mean, Drake apparently did it until Shirley was removed, so clearly everything somebody needs to live could be there.
Die. More and more.
Giant nose kiwi.
Yes. Burning rush.
Yeah, they totally got this. They'll win a war of attrition. I think this is back on the other path. No, this is... No, because this brings me back to Limestone Cave. This is the wrong way, I presume. I've probably gone too far, because you'd mentioned where her dart initially appeared. And got chased, but the problem is that was I saw that a week ago, and let me tell you, that area didn't stick in the brain at all. I know it was in the forest, but I don't know where in the forest it would be. I was assuming the other exit would have led me there. For this particular moment, yeah, just point me in the right direction, because otherwise we're going to be running around pointlessly for a while. This is one of the ones where you have not got the clearest path if you haven't been following it 100% the entire time. Which is where the wheels kind of fall off these things now and then. Yeah, no, I would have had no context for going there at all. But I do know how to get there, at least. I just need to come back out the prairie going to the left, and I can get there. And why does it point... I'll explain why I question that in a second here. Is on the other map, there's a problem with that idea, and I know you're correct, because I remember seeing it on the expanded out map, but I'll just explain in a minute what I mean. Yeah, and I have no problem with that, except when there's not even, like, a crumb to grab hold of. Unless I missed a specific direction mentioned, which is possible. If they said, like, go east, and I missed the word east, that would have scuppered the whole thing. Yeah. No, the logic on that follows. It's just the amount of redundant places you have to run through that makes me question it, but... As you see the areas here, and I don't disagree with that, it's when I zoom out to here. You see the red triangle in the upper right there? That's what threw me off. I went, okay, I need to get over there, because that would make sense. Which is why I was trying to go out Celis going to the right. It's just like that's where that starts to fall apart a little bit. But yeah, following the last known locations is the logical choice. Just that's why my initial response was to try to follow it and go the shortest path possible up into the other territory. But this is where it kind of becomes a flaw of the layout a little bit, is I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people made the exact same mistake. And we can't return to Helen prison. Yeah. And I'm not frustrated, but I do acknowledge that it would have been a very big waste of time to have been continuing to pursue that. Okay, don't do any damage to him. Gonna assume if physical attacks didn't do much to him, it probably will be better to hit him with magic. So let's see how this works out before I commit any serious resources to this. That also did only one. Okay, interesting. So it either has a specific weakness or it's one of those funny cases of something that only ever takes 1 damage. And you know what? It doesn't matter. It just goes, haha, fuck you, and leaves. I assume... Yep, that left him with 1 hit point. Hooray! May we never see that fucking thing again. I won't worry about fully healing him. He'll be fine. Yeah, it's this place that we wanted to get to. Which is the exact opposite location of where it's implied to be. Oh, no, the red arrow was us. Okay. Never mind, that's on me. Why are... Well, I guess Dart is red. But the player being the blue arrow is usually how a lot of these things work. I see where I went wrong. But I'm also surprised that the castle is here? I thought... I went through way too many loops of logic that don't actually make sense now that I look at this. I should have clued in when I first zoomed out the map and saw the additional location that I know I hadn't been to. But I was locked onto those arrows. Oh, time to go bug everybody in every house. Yeah. Yeah, really, the guard shouldn't have been lowered at any point. I mean, that's basically what happened. The Knighthood's kind of crippled. Yeah, you can convince yourselves that that was all part of the plan, which it may or may not have been. Why do you guys not have anything to steal? Do you just not get anything and that's why you have nothing to steal? You disappoint me, all of you. I don't know if they have any dignity to steal. Exactly. Look at a lot of this guy. Totally, yeah, I'm here to be mercenaries, yeah. I could snap you like a twig. Exactly, everything's fine. Oh, they don't know about everything that's gone wrong. Real shame that you already registered, huh? Cowards, the lot of them. This guy out here is saving lives. He's just giving away money so that they don't sign up to get killed. This one right here, the true hero. Which is why we're robbing them anyway. Like, yeah, it sounds like easy money, but you're just gonna get your ass kicked. Just don't do it. Just take this money, go home. Wisterglaive sounds like fun. Oh, God. Things go so wrong, you end up in Skyrim. What a shame. That is a definite upgrade. Though it is wind damage, so if we run into anything that's immune to wind, that's gonna make Albert very less relevant, but, you know, it's fine. We totally won't run into anything immune to wind or anything, no. 20 years of war definitely would start to suck, huh? Oh, of course, of course. Earth would also resist, that makes sense. Give me all your stuff. I'm stealing everything. This is true, though. This is an accurate statement. I mean, you do stand out as an adventurer, but I don't know if this guy's a good one. His armor looks fake, his cloak is stupid, and he just looks like a mess. Yep, he's doing a great job of selling me on anything to believe here. Ah, yes, the thing with no feathers clearly left a feather. Don't worry, I believe you. He's so close to correct, yet so far wrong. Nope, the guards are coming to pick him up. Take him to the crazy place. Yeah, he's right there. No, he got it right in the second half. Or right enough. He's the one who's been crowing about it, so why doesn't he take the credit? It's always good when people just walk into their own disaster, yeah. New sword. Similar issue of this is guaranteed fire damage, but, you know. Commit to the bit and all that. Go ahead and arm dart with it. You and arm it as well. Knee piece. Knee piece for you. Now to sell all of the useless junk. We don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. That. I'm gonna keep a bunch of the accessories around just in case I feel like changing my mind about any of that or I run into something where it'll be relevant. Well, I'll be damned. Hey there, Hex. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you had a good time. We're just out here. We're taking the war to the enemy now. After they captured the king, we broke him out again, and now we're on a path of vengeance after losing a party member. And gaining essentially a complete replacement. So, you know, no real loss there. How'd the speedruns go? Got plenty of room for demons around here. I mean, this is true. Albert definitely would have more money than Lavitz. Basically, we made a definitive upgrade there. Okay, we cleaned out all of our outdated gear. Eh. If you've already hit top 10, I'm sure you can push further. It'll just take more tries. You lost the key to your house, huh? That's a shame. Wait, what did that say? It's not gonna let me see those words again. There we go. Locked, we cannot go in from this door. We have swords and spears and all of that, and you expect us to not be able to just take care of a single door, huh? That's fine. There's nothing of value in there anyway. It's just plates and chairs. While I could steal them and sell them, wouldn't really be that effective for us. You would think also that word of, oh, I don't know, the red armored guy and the king of the other nation would have gotten out enough that they'd know who we are when we walked into the enemy castle. But, you know, why would they pay attention? Why would they think we would come here after our castle was taken? That'd be crazy. Exactly. They can be silly that way sometimes. Entire force of knighthood occupies Bale. Bale fell. Yeah, don't think the war's gonna end that fast. Trust me. Oh no, there are two dudes walking back and forth on the bridge. Ah, the classic, you gotta go talk to more people. Or we walk down this suspicious alleyway over here that totally won't lead to a sewer or something that sneaks into the place or anything. Oh, the slums, the perfect place to hear about things we shouldn't know about. And also, of course, there's slums here because it's part of an evil empire. They're kind of part and parcel as well. Any of you have something useful to say? New Sergio party. Oh good, there's political unrest here. We can take advantage of that. Maybe we could start a riot. That'd be effective in some ways. We get a lot of people killed, but, you know, these aren't our people. But then again, most of these people probably weren't that for the war to begin with, so we really shouldn't get them all killed. That wouldn't really be the best choice. I'm gonna steal all their things, though. Anything that's not nailed down, and the nails. Even if they set it on fire, I'll take it anyway. You know, I would tell other people what you told me, but you didn't tell me anything. He did, but he's right here right now. Wanted me to celebrity kid?
Kill them all.
I mean, I don't think the average civilian's worth experience. Actually, I think I am supposed to be in this building. It looked a lot like the other building, and it had a lot of the same sprites in it, but I think this is actually a different place. Aha, the slum shop. What do you got in the slum shop? A lot of the same things you see anywhere else. But you do have an AoE water attack, so I'll grab one of those. Take one of those for the road, take a few of these, take a couple of these. Cry as my inventory is basically full again. You would think 32 inventory slots would be enough, but it really isn't. It really, really isn't. Secret weapon shop. Tell me all about your illicit weapons. Yes, yes. Aha. Sir, you are lucky I don't throw you off this ledge and see how good your fake equipment protects you. Goddamn con men around here, I tell you what. I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't object to a product demonstration, right? I'm sure it'd be fine. You know, you gotta put your whole body behind your product, right? Or in this case, his whole body in front of his product, potentially. As I slam him about the forehead with his own fake shield. We are new in town. Sure, yeah. Ah, he must ask me these questions 3, then the other side I may see. I understand. I feel like this might actually be a trick question. Is even if they're against the way their own policies are running, they may still want their country to win. And I feel like saying that you can't say which isn't gonna be the right answer either. But I'm gonna throw this one because I'm sure I'll just get another chance anyway. Yeah, exactly. Is it, you have the choice there of, are they so against their own nation that they want the opposition to win? Uh-huh, it is actually the third answer. Is neither answer would fit, because neither answer would land completely. Yeah, I thought over it real hard, and now I don't know what to say. See, and it's the follow-up that's probably the important part to this. Ending the war as soon as possible, not winning. The classic, they only give you the opening words of a line where you don't actually have the part you need. During the war, what should powerless kids like us do? Well, doing nothing's a bad idea. Taking up weapons and going out is just gonna get you killed. Taking care of the home front is a good idea. Yeah. That one was an easy one. Why do people have to fight? Technically, these are all reasons people do fight. But the answer they would probably like the most is to protect something. Is they don't want it to be about destroying something if they were all for the war ending. And they are not about spite and vengeance and all that. Bingo. Easy logic. I mean, of course the young would be the ones driving a force like this along. They're usually the ones who see something that should be changed and are interested in changing it. And you're just gonna reveal the fact that you're the king of Basil. Albert, how long were you sheltered, Albert? We really shouldn't have immediately revealed that. Revealing it eventually, sure, but just like full sending that, maybe not the greatest idea. Seems like. It's working out, but oh boy. That's a big thing to say that isn't gonna be true. Oh, now you're choosing to hide things. You gave away the fact that you're the king of the nation his nation's at war with, but you won't tell him about the magic MacGuffin that we're gonna use. Okay. Okay, you know what? That's actually somewhat sane and reasonable, but I don't know. You're kind of in for a dime, in for a dollar already. Well, yeah, he of course would know how to get around. Is of course they would be foolish enough to have a path going straight from a fortress near the castle straight into the castle. Because people love to put secret passages like that in, even though they almost always lead to people being able to sneak into your castle. Well, I'm not gonna do much, I just want to touch that save point. Look at him go, though, he's so excited about this idea. Also, the secret path, otherwise known as a hole in the ground over there. The secret tunnel through the mountain, yes. Secrets are fun. Secrets are no fun. Yeah, let's just go for it. We're not gonna be able to do much here. What am I gonna do? Go buy some fake items? Don't think it's really gonna help anything. We already bought all the armor we can get. Oh, down the hole she goes. Wow. Quite a big tunnel. I don't know if they... Huh. See, things like that are exactly why Rose is one of my favorite characters, because I don't really go in for the whole pep talk thing either. So it's just like, yeah, you know what? Let's just move this along. Who dug all this out, though? This is wild. Look at this place. It's almost like somebody actually dug this trying to break into the castle rather than it actually being attached to the fortress to begin with. But they got lost along the way a lot. And I know that where we just were was probably where I'm supposed to be going, but I'm checking for other goodies first. His action and loot motivations are two of my highest things. I feel like this might just lead back around to the same place anyway. Hey, looking at this. Exactly. Okay, yeah, this was the right path. That's all busted up, so we can't go anywhere there. Yeah, it'd be a real shame if this old abandoned section here just happened to collapse when we went in it, huh? Just imagine if that was his plan the whole time and he was actually, like, a super loyalist. Just, I'll tell them about the secret path, and then the charges will go off and drop the whole thing on their head. Ha ha! I'll be the real hero. It would be such an easy trap. But instead, here we are in the basement of the castle. You can tell by all the purple gas going everywhere that it's an evil castle. And I'm sure I could stealth past these guys, but my sweet experience points call to me. Man and dog. Oh no. How would we ever defeat them? I mean, that is true.
Yes.
I am the one who usually aims for the evil route because they're usually more interesting. So... I can't really say anything on that one. Well, didn't time that one, right? So evil, so sinister, oh no. I don't jive with the, like, slightly sickly green floor tiles they got going on here.
Burning rush.
I'm not here for it.
Hush! Die! More and more!
Then again, it is the basement. I suppose it's just been a little bit unkempt. I do think you might have slight bias there, Yura.
Yes.
Hush! Die! More and more!
You know, you like green, it's green. You know. Like, it looks better at this perspective. I just think the zoomed in textures don't look that great. And I think part of that's just the fact that it makes the stonework look extra shaky with how it stretches. I don't remember what this button does. But you know what? Let's find out what this button does. Oh, right. When everybody has their transformation available, everyone does a thing. And then pretty colors happen. I completely forgot that this was a mechanic. So what I'm hearing is you two decorated this place. I understand now. It was the perfect opportunity. I couldn't not. Do we lose the pretty colors if he loses his transformation? Nope, we get to keep the pretty colors. Though, doing the triple transformation was definitely overkill for these two. That's fair. You see a message you want to convey and you go for it. There's all these other boxes. Give me the things in the boxes. And the barrels too, I'll take those too. I could have gotten him stuck, I just realized. But I was in too much of a hurry to just charge in and end him. And honestly, I do need to get Albert's Dragoon level up anyway.
Yes. Burning rush.
Nope, slightly off timing. And I just keep botching that one. No heal. That's just gonna prolong your suffering. That's the opposite of what you want to do. The more you heal, the more I'm gonna have to keep hitting you. And that's just not gonna be good for you. Nah. I was debating stealing the health he just gained.
Die.
But we don't need health, so there's not really a point to it. Yeah, his timing is definitely different from Lavit's.
Yes.
Though I stand by the fact that when they choose different camera angles, it definitely throws off the timing.
Die. More and more.
Aha. Fire-breathing dogs. Somehow missed. Okay. I don't get it either, but you know what? We're just gonna roll with it. It happened, and we're just gonna move on. I just bought a bunch of these. I don't think I need that one. Do I have anything I don't want? The sachet might actually come in handy somewhere. Like, I might be able to put something else to sleep with it. It's the only reason I'm still holding on to that. Attack items are useful for things that are resistant to attacks. I am going to use another healing potion more than I'm going to use another body purifier. Because more often than not, I just work around the status effects instead of getting rid of them. Hey, you, neener, neener. Neener, neener. Neener, neener. Apparently his jurisdiction ends at the stairs, and he just doesn't care past that point. Okay, let's deal with him. I was gonna make him chase me all around the stuff down there, and I guess he just knows better. He's just not even gonna bother chasing me. He's learned from what I did to all the other guards before. Like, no, I heard from the prison guards. That's the guy that runs around in circles and laughs at you. No, I'm not gonna chase him. Nope. I was too late that time. That's the genre savvy guard right there. He knows everything ahead of time. He just doesn't know enough to not get involved in these fights, apparently. Yep. Hellhound's out of here. He's done with that idea.
Yes. Burning rush.
Yeah, he skips a step somewhere in his attack, so I just keep getting thrown off every time. Oh, the fear went off this time. Yeah, healing really ain't gonna help you, buddy. You're gonna take double damage now. I'm sorry, but it's over. Goodbye.
Burning rush.
I know he lived through that, even with double damage. Look at him. Been a while since we gained a level. But then again, the only thing that really gives hefty amounts of experience are the boss fights too, so that makes sense. Oh hey, we're up here now. So you're telling me all of that, and we're still just only in the outer courtyard, pretty much. Hi, guys. Oh, I almost made it to the ladder. If I had gotten partway up the ladder before they reached, I was just gonna say base and sit there and stare at them for a minute and see what they did. Yeah, there's enough health here that I can drain. Give me your health. You won't need it much longer.
Astral Blade.
Ta-da! Health for everybody. Well, not for him, but he didn't need it anymore anyway.
Yes. Burning rush.
But yeah, other than Rose just being generally useful, that's why I keep her on the team, is that health drain is very useful. And it's pretty much our only healing option other than bringing Shauna onto the team and disappointing myself. Oh wow, look at him living through all that. Guess I should have just life drained him and been done with it. But I need to keep some MP for later. Because I doubt I'm going to find something that's going to give me any MP.
Yes.
Like, I have the potions, but I'd really rather not burn them if I don't have to. At the risk of it turning into an elixir situation where I just never use them. Oh hey, 2 more healing potions. Maybe I should just start using those, huh? Because otherwise I'm just gonna be throwing them on the floor. I guess I don't need to go up here anymore because I can just walk through the front door. But maybe there's goodies up here. And you know, it's probably a better idea to go this way than going through the front door anyway, right? Because if we were just gonna walk through the front door, we should have just done that instead of using the secret passage. Is this an elevator? No, this is just a weird cage thing. Got 2 guys hanging out over there, but they're apparently only able to see like a foot in front of themselves, so that's fine. Maybe their helmets are too heavy. This looks interesting. You there with the hat. Care to explain what this is? We're the inspection team. We're sent to stare at your pink beam of weirdness. Yes, exactly. We're here to see the research. Now, you're both great. Ah, yes, of course, we're mercenaries with an interest in science. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Oh, that's fantastic. Less casualties? I like this idea. Okay, so the white flame has healing power, just like the white Dragoon spirit does. The what? No, don't worry about that. Different science field, it's okay. Don't worry about that. And unextinguishable flame is interesting. What happened to that guy? Yeah, what's the deal with the other one? Oh, so if I just happened to turn this off, a lot of bad things would happen is what I'm hearing. Yeah, but don't do that. You want the lifts to work too, don't you? You know... That is potential for the future, though. This technology could actually do a lot for this world. Yeah, that'll make sense. Well, why wouldn't it be? Thanks for giving away state secrets, by the way. Ooh. These guys are very generous to people they have no idea about, just because they assume we're working for the same side. Also, hey, could you just, you know, heal me? That'd be great. Thank you. And now we have magic oil we can use as well. I assume it's a key item, not one of these, because we would have had to have swapped items. We're still carrying that axe from before that we found to cut down one tree. Fuel to light an elevator switch. So that's why that cage-looking elevator didn't move then, I presume, is we have to power it. Okay, okay. And that does restore MP when we talk to this guy. Got an elevator there. Maybe this is the elevator we need it for, though. Yeah, because this gets lit up. Meanwhile, the other one I don't think had a sconce near it. I think just... Oh no, there's a sconce right here. We can go up here. And I assume past those scientists is probably where we're supposed to be going. I knew this guy was here, but I didn't care. He's merely a speed bump. Remember when I said I was gonna stop when I got to the castle, by the way? Yeah, that got forgotten, didn't it? We'll just stop when I get to the next save point, probably. Now that I know I have a place to get my MP back, it's free game. Burn them all to the ground.
Explosion!
Exactly. Sometimes you just get caught up in what you're doing and time just slips away from you. And other times you explode. That did way less than I would have expected it to. But then again, the Hellhound spits fire and is probably, at the very least, resistant to fire. And the other guy, well, he's just here.
Die. More and more.
He's Knife Element. Timed that wrong, but that's okay. That should be plenty. No, not enough. But then again, he does have that fire sword that's making everything he does fire-based. I would presume it affects his Dragoon form as well. If his Dragoon form isn't just default fire to begin with. I was just way early on that one. And you're going to make this take longer. Maybe he's enjoying this.
Yes! Burning rush!
Die. More and more.
To be fair, regardless of what he thinks of it, it's probably the most exciting thing that's happened in his entire career. It's also the last thing that happened in his career, but, you know. Final Burst. And he also just hit Dragoon level 3. Which I think it's the Dragoon level that got him the spell. Because I think you get additions from regular levels and Dragoon spells from Dragoon levels. Also, Burning Rush is maxed out now. The actual damage on it's not so good, but that SP gain... Yeah, the SP growth on Whip Smack really isn't very good. Stopped at 35 and has pretty much stayed there. She has one level left of it, and it's not going to get that much better with that level. I really should just change you off of Gust of Wind Dance. It is a very good attack, but man, am I bad at it. I say as I leave him on that attack anyway. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. Doesn't matter, just gonna keep doing it. Is this an important ping? No, it's just a group chat that got unmuted before the stream ended. Yeah. I mean, it could be. But they're green spider webs, though. Would you like a green spider, or is it still too much spider and not enough green? Oh, he's assuming correctly that we're breaking into this place. That's fair. The Steel Shearing Vacuum Blade. I love that Rose is just chilling back there because she knows that he's not gonna manage to do anything. Now everybody else is picking up on the fact that he's not gonna accomplish anything. Ah, yeah, Maggie the magic researcher. I mean, I've seen evidence that their stuff works. You're just kind of posing at us and expecting magic to happen. Which in most universes would work. Just, you're missing some component somewhere here right now. Okay, what's the secret then? Magic of transformation, huh? There we go. I think he's a lot more likable now. I mean, he got it mostly right. He was aiming for Cerberus and ended up with Dog. He's just missing 2 heads. And a lot of mass and power, but, you know, details. Thanks for the blue stone, buddy. Hope you enjoy your life as a dog, because I don't think anybody's gonna even realize you did that to fix you. This was a good diversion. What does the blue stone even do, though? Is it like the other one? No, it isn't an equipable thing. I thought it was gonna be the blue stone, like the silver stone and the red stone that we had. Or more accurately, red eye stone, but you get the point. He's just become puppy. Something many people strive for. Oh! So the blue stone is important. Since it's in our goods. What we'll use it for? Good question. Something. Somewhere. I'm glad this magic oil doesn't run out. I wonder if those 2 guards up there would attack me if I interacted with them. Hey, I barely did anything, but could you heal me again? You know, I'm just kind of already here. I may as well. So, does this guy actually do anything? Okay, he just reminds you how to use the magic oil. I was checking with him in case there was actually a limit to how much magic oil you had and he was going to refill it. Hi, scientists. I, too, am fellow science man. I belong here. That's not entirely true, but it's not entirely inaccurate either. Okay, I saw nothing. Magic of Emperor Dole, huh? You're researching your emperor. Some would say that's treason. So there's a pattern to how those land. And I'm assuming you fall down here, probably, if you get hit. Well, isn't this delightful? I am gonna need to make inventory space. It's only treason depending on who you ask. I mean, I may as well throw away this charm potion at this point. I can buy another one when we go to somewhere where there's actually gonna be encounters. And you know what? Sure, we'll throw one of the body purifiers away because there's multiple items in this room. I was expecting it to be a body purifier, if I'm honest. Translate. Okay. Now, as soon as this lifts, we should probably just run for it. Yeah, because if you just stay to the bottom, it literally can't stop you. It never lands any on the bottom. Hi. Very welcoming, Garbage Man. You did have the red stone, however, and because of that, you were absolutely lying to me that you didn't have anything. And for that, I'm tempted to throw you in the trash chute. But looks like I'm going for a ride in the trash chute. Whee! So, turns out, it just did the same pattern twice, and it does in fact hit the bottom at some points. But hey, we got to take a fun ride. We just smell a little awful now, but you know. We probably didn't smell that great to begin with, considering we've been running around in swamps, forests, and all kinds of other places. And we certainly haven't even stopped at any of the rivers to bathe or anything. I mean, we would probably have to go roll in a river. I don't think this world has showers yet. They've only just barely started getting elevators. But then again, I suppose the concept of a shower is simpler than the concept of an elevator. Well, no, I think the shower is actually still more complicated due to the nature of how to push the water. An elevator is just something you lift people up with. You could just take some pulleys and ropes and you make an elevator.
Yes.
Whereas plumbing under pressure is a little bit trickier. So I suppose you could just put in... There's simple ways to do both, even if neither of them are necessarily effective. Because if you weren't worried about getting quantity of water, technically you could just use a water wheel, and you could make a shower of sorts that way. It just would not have pressure at all. Because you would essentially be just making a man-made waterfall. Just you would have to put a lot of water up there for any meaningful amount to come down to achieve a similar effect to an actual waterfall.
Die. More and more.
Why that's the thing my brain locked onto today is anyone's guess.
Yes. Burning rush.
Sounds good, Ayoko. Hope you have a good night. I won't be too far behind because I doubt it's gonna be too far to the next save point. Assume I need to activate this. Yep, it's an elevator. You could kind of see the bottom plate of the elevator a little bit, so I wasn't certain, but I was pretty sure. Eeny, meeny, miny, that way. Aha, we found the training area. And if they're training like that, I understand why they've been having so much trouble. I don't know why you have a random shop in the castle, but you know what? I'm here for it. Not especially for any of the things you have, though, admittedly. Anything I want to get rid of? Okay, Translate is just the single target, like, light spell as opposed to Dancing Ray, which is the multi-target. That makes sense. Sachet does sell for a lot, but it might put Dole to sleep if I throw the sachet at him. And yes, I'm absolutely going to try that. Because why wouldn't I? Beast Fang. That's presumably a weapon, considering we were able to equip it. I mean, able to pick it up, rather. Who is it for? Ah, it's a punching weapon. Stuns enemy with a given probability. Ashel, you've gained a new lease on life. I gotta tell you, bud. Suddenly, you've become a lot more relevant. His stunning enemies is useful. I also never gave him an accessory, so let's go ahead and just give him the Night Shield so he's got some more defense. Don't think he's seeing the field anytime quick anyway, but, you know, at least he's got something else going for him other than he is funny old man who punches people. Which is admittedly all he needs, but that's neither here nor there. Hi guys, how's the training going? Yeah, you know, they do make a great point. We walked right into where a bunch of guys were already armed and itching for a fight. Because I'm sure they're bored after sitting there practicing. I can't help but notice you seem to be lacking your two friends. Where'd they go? They were right there, and they just are letting you run forward and fight by yourself. They don't like you very much, do they? I think we found the least popular guy on the team. Yeah, he's realizing he's alone now. Real shame for him. And he's dead. Lived long enough to realize his mistake and then die. Am I gonna have to fight the other two, or are they gonna run away? Yep, they're gonna fight. Okay. You know, guys, if you just fought with your third friend, then maybe your odds would have been better. Oh, no, they're... So you're saying there's three of us, but y'all think individually you could take all three of us. That's what I'm taking away from this. This is like those scenes where you see a hero surrounded by like 12 dudes, but they all go after him one at a time and individually get their asses kicked. Like, guys, come on now. You don't even have the number advantage, but at least it would be a fair fight if all three of you fought together. Well, no, it wouldn't even be a fair fight if all three of you fought. You'd need more than three, but it'd be closer.
Burning rush.
I don't know what to do with these guys. Is it any wonder they needed dragons and other magic nonsense to win the war? Not to mention shenanigans like sneak attacks and actual decent tactics, admittedly. Like, their soldiers are rubbish, but their tactics are sound. But this is also why the individual soldiers on the field aren't the tacticians. You sure are. Because you watched your friends get killed. At least you won't have to deal with survivor's guilt. He is saving himself a lot of pain in the future.
Yes. Burning rush.
At the very least, I'm gonna have Albert go Dragoon, because he's still stuck at level 1 Dragoon. Which is partially because I keep getting lazy. Exactly. He's saving himself a lot of future pain by not having a future. Not a strategy I recommend, but you know what? In his current situation, probably was the only choice he had. And at least it was quick. I don't need another healing potion. I'm not even using the ones I have, because I only ever use them when chips are down, and right now the chips are just kind of sitting there. Okay, so there's a guard there and an elevator there. Where does the other one lead? I'll be the first to say I have no idea if I'm even going remotely the correct direction. Oh hey, Commander. Hi. How you doing? Uh-huh. I thought he looked familiar, because he does have slightly different armor than the other commanders. But you were there to take... Oh, I guess they probably started killing everybody after you left. That's the excuse you're using. Okay. So you want me to try to save your Emperor. To be fair, if he comes to his senses, you might actually even out and actually forge a peace that makes people happy instead of one or the other side needing to be destroyed. Yeah, we might end up killing your boss, but we are at the very least gonna... Ah, all the gems are needed to get the dole. Okay. I'm glad I came up here, otherwise I would have probably had to come all the way back. What is that arrow, though? There's a green arrow in front of him. I probably would have to kill him to get at it. And he seems like an alright sword, unlike most of the rest of this lot. One of the few reasonable people still left around here. Fully willing to accept, yeah, I led the attack that fucked everything up. If you want to kill me, go for it. You'd be right to do so. Because it is also the failing of the commander to control his men. Not that those necessarily were his men if they were Frugal's men. But if they were Frugal's men, why was he the one in charge of them? Thinking too much about it. People do get attached to different commanders all the time. You know, I feel like that neck bite would be a lot more effective if you actually made contact there, doggy. Exactly. He's taking accountability for it, which is why he gets to live. Like, even if I had a choice to kill him or not kill him, I probably would have let him live in that situation. You know, unless I thought we'd get his armor. His armor would be a very tempting argument for killing him. Whee!
Die. More and more.
I mean, that is an option, but I don't think he'd be that willing to part with his armor.
Die. More and more.
I'm sure there are people that are down for that part of that idea as well, but that's a whole other discussion. Oh, hey, one of the elites are just kind of hanging out in here. We haven't fought one of these since Hoax. Before we had Dragoon powers. You know, he's worth turning into a Dragoon for. Because this guy gave me no end of headaches. Well, not really that many headaches, but he was annoying. No, don't burn the MP on him, though. Just stab him. Let's stab him magically. Maybe do better than that, though. This is when he's still the same strength he was back then, and he's just not even a threat. But I don't know that, so I'ma kill him the fastest way I know how.
Astral Blade.
Sparkly healing. Yeah, we really weren't missing much health. No, the health I just stole. Actually, no, they are missing more health. We just really didn't get much out of him, I guess. I definitely hit the button, but not early enough, apparently. Yep, use the ninja magic of set everything on fire. Yeah, with how little we got out of draining him, I'm not gonna bother draining him again. Probably is like resistant to dark attacks or something. And now he's resistant to being alive. I feel like this place is needlessly convolutedly designed. And I say that not from a gameplay standpoint. Gameplay-wise, it makes sense. Just like... You gotta imagine it must suck to work here. Like, okay, I gotta go up this elevator, to go down this elevator, to go over here, to go over there, to go all the way over there. Just imagine having to clean this place. Spinning Gale. Well, that's clearly an attack item, considering we had to get rid of an item to get that. And God forbid you run out of magic oil somewhere or around in here. It's kind of like losing your key card, I guess. Just like, well, good luck figuring out what to do, who to get anywhere then. I'm glad you believe in Emperor Dole. Good for you. Oh, it absolutely is. Like, fortress-wise, it makes a degree of sense, other than the maintenance of said fortress. Spirit Ring. Like, maintenance-wise, this place is a nightmare. And as demonstrated by how easily we're running through this place, it's also very easy to break into and sneak through. Because it's such a mess that it's hard to keep proper guard on the whole place. Was this all a dead end? I went here for nothing other than items? Okay. That's fine. I am all about items. Unless this carries on further, but I think this goes back. Yep. Okay, so we'll take this elevator down and go back to where we came from. That. Oh no, this is the wrong elevator. I want the next one. This is the one that just led to the single item. And you gotta figure, since the elevators are relatively new technology, they would have had to have added the elevators after the fact to the design of this place. Which makes you wonder, where... Like, how did this place work before the elevators were added? Like, how much of this place was built up because they had elevators now? Food for thought there, really. We went left from this point, so right should bring us somewhere else. So you're telling me this is all one giant circle. Understood. Third floor's up there, so I guess we're going back down. Which means I don't quite know where I'm meant to be going now. Like, if they designed this place to confuse intruders, they're certainly succeeding. And I probably just missed a path somewhere, because, yeah, this leads back outside. Because this is just the magic researchers, and we've already followed their path to conclusion. We may as well heal while we're here. Maybe these guys are secretly on our side and they actually fully understand that we're not supposed to be here, but they can't admit to that. I also never went down here. Any goodies down here? Any sweet, sweet knowledge? Why? Wait, why does this ladder exist? There's nothing here. Why does this ladder exist? Like, obviously it makes sense for them to be able to get down here, but why is this a ladder we can use? Oh great, these guys respawned. Well, the magic guy that turned into a dog is upstairs and to the right, so we know there's nothing there. There must be something I missed in here, then. There must be a path I didn't take somewhere up here. Oh, wait. I turned around where there was that one spot with the guard, and I didn't actually go back to it. That's the thing I forgot. For some reason, my brain auto-filled that area. Like, oh yeah, we did go over there. No, we didn't. We didn't go there at all. With how often Albert's getting to transform into a Dragoon, it would almost be better to just bring Ashel out.
Burning rush.
But it's also only right that he be here, considering not only is this his plan, but this is kind of a real big deal for him. Why is there such a delay before that second hit? Like, I feel like there's a faster start, but a longer delay compared to that version of the attack for Lavitz. And it's just destroying my brain. Just keep pressing it too damn early. I also just had a weird realization. Talking about that video I mentioned earlier where somebody was apparently trying to beat the game with one character. How would you even do that since you can't... I don't think you can remove anybody from the party without replacing them with someone else, so do they just have the other two characters defend the whole time? How mechanically would a one character playthrough even work? Because if you think about it, it's still modified by having the other two characters there because they're still valid targets for the enemies to attack. Because I think this is where I forgot to go. I think I just didn't go up these stairs. I mean, yeah, you can get them killed, but I think they still get back up with one hit point after a fight, so they'd have to keep re-dying, which still modifies how those fights go because an enemy would stop to target them. It's just a weird situation. Unless I'm remembering wrong and they don't come back with one hit point. If they stay dead, then that's a whole other scenario. But we've yet to have anybody die, so I can't really guarantee that. I'm sure after we get out of the first disc, we're gonna start having people die. I mean, technically Lavitz died, but that was a plot death. That doesn't count. I didn't get him killed. Lavitz got Lavitz killed. Almost got there. Finally started to do a thing. His meter went up so much from just accomplishing even that.
Burning rush.
And it may be that that video isn't even a real thing, and there was just the... Oh wait, yeah, we did go through here. Because we fought this elite, who apparently respawns. So that's mildly annoying. I'm now very confused.
Die.
This is also why I usually stop before we get at this far into a stream, because I know my brain starts to die a little bit after a certain point. We've got to find a save point. I mean, I could technically save state, but why would I do that? Mies.
Die. More and more.
This guy's not gonna live that long, even if we don't use our Dragoon forms on him, as we learned last time.
Rush.
Yes, yes, you and your funny ninja magic. Oh no, such fire, oh no. Anyway. Still only getting 2. He's getting 10 SP a time there, and it's just so painful. I need to stop being stubborn at some point and just switch him off of that. But part of me's also just laughing at that the entire time. And we did get him to level 2 Dragoon, though. He's got that going for him. Wait, yeah, this is this place, so... Is there something I missed over on the other side of this place here, or is... There must be something I missed. I just don't know if it's over here or where. Like, you would almost think we're meant to hop across to where that guy is, but it doesn't help that these clowns keep jamming me in and I can't move. You know what else is silly? Standing in the way of somebody who can stab you to death. Get out of my way. Help. Help. I know what's wrong here, but I can't fix it. He's trying to get to the other guy to talk to him. There we go. God, that was awful. Yeah, there's nothing to interact with here. You'd think this would be like a case of you walk across this little pillar here. But the thing is, it's also not actually here, it's up here. So it doesn't actually cross the gap anyway. And none of them have anything to say any different, so this is a dead end. Overlooking a path somewhere. Maybe it's back over here. Did I use this elevator? I thought there was an elevator I used and then immediately turned around from. No, because that was where this guy is, but there's also that arrow in front of him. Maybe this elevator goes higher? It does. There we go. 'Cause I don't think we had a prompt for the 4th floor before now, and that's where I went wrong. Hello, Robe Man. Yeah, you could say that. So there is a positive side to him. This is true. I'm worried about that whole face your truth self statement. That tells me I might have a mirror fight in the future. There's also a door inside the statue. Maybe he'll do something in the future that opens that. Oh, actually, you would have to, because there's a thing here, too. But that's where the 3 gems go. Thankfully, they didn't immediately figure it out, because if that opens the way to Emperor Dole, we'd be going there immediately, I would presume, and I'm gonna leave the Dole fight for the start of next session. Now, admittedly, there's a catch to that, in that we may be switching discs immediately after starting the next session, but that's fine. Considering how much trouble I had navigating there, I don't think it would be a good idea to keep pushing further, or I will just start losing all pathing capability. Absolutely, and thank you again for the raid, Yura. Always appreciated. And of course, thank you all for taking the time to stay and watch me chip away at this game. I will be finding us a place to go. It's just going to take me a minute, because there's a long list to go through, as usual. Oh, they moved on to the next one. Interesting. To a certain degree, that would be a good jump point, but I'm planning on doing that later, so I don't really want to jump into the middle of that, because that might be spoilers. Oh, I know a decent amount on that one, but that's in the finish. Nothing I'm rambling about is going to make any sense to anyone, and I'm not going to elaborate on that one at the moment. I'm just sitting here and filtering through and figuring out who the target tonight is. Which as always takes a bit of filtering. While I'm sitting here filtering though, schedule coming up tomorrow is Freedom Unite with Pazzy and Vale. And then next stream will be Thursday with some repo with a bunch of people who I will not be disclosing all of, because I don't actually 100% know everybody that's going to be involved in that one. I'm still waiting for answers from a couple people as to whether they can or can't make it. So, as usual, that's a little up in the air, but you know that that's happening. I don't think I promised anything for Friday in particular, so that's a little bit up in the air, but I do have a couple things in mind for that one, so don't worry, there is a plan of sorts. Just whether it's a committed plan or not is the question mark there, and it really isn't committed yet. Saturday, as I've said multiple times at this point, is in theory us going back to Minecraft, unless I hear a significant just or no from the crew on that one, which I have not yet heard. You know, Brain, you were supposed to have found a jump-off point during this time. I know you were busy with telling people to schedule, but you should have still made a choice in this time frame. I can't say that that's a surprise that that didn't happen. It has been a while since they've even streamed, so maybe we'll go there. Let me just see what the situation over there is. Because that is a tricky one to raid people during. This could be turned into a thing as well. Yeah, we'll go see go see them, because it's been a while. And I didn't even realize that today was the day they were coming back to streaming. Because I know they were saying they were coming back soon. They may even have been back already and I didn't know. But either way, we'll go see Minx Mara. She is wonderful, so that'll be a good choice. She's playing Repo with a bunch of people, so that should be a good time. As I said before, thank you all for taking the time to be here. I appreciate y'all sitting along as I work my way through these things. But yeah, other than that, I don't really have much to add. I will be back tomorrow, as I said. It will be later on, like, it'll be starting like 2 hours before now, give or take. Oh yeah, Repo has been kicking off, and it's a fun game. But it's also got that same, like, Lethal Company goofy but horror energy that people have really been riding on hard, so it makes sense that it's held up. But yeah, I'm gonna stop rambling and send y'all on now, so have a good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.